Happy Sunday, everyone. Thank you for being here. Hi, Maylin and Kat Randall. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are having a great weekend. We are starting today going over what I think is the best testimony of Karen Read Trial 2 in Dr. Laposata. Bear with me a second. Thank you, Maylin, for all of the links being ready for me. I just wasn't ready. I was trying to get a little bit of lunch and wasn't paying attention to how little time I had left. So I'm just going to pull up YouTube. Ooh, I just saw Fervent got posted a new video. Definitely going to have to check that out. Anything else interesting? Anything interesting going on this weekend besides crazy drama? Although there's crazy drama every day, isn't there? All right. Shut up, ain't too bad. Hopefully, I won't have any issues with streaming today, YouTube. No glitching, I hope. Lynn says, I'm here, but I'm writing my script for tomorrow morning and starting my research on Pretty Boy Floyd. Ooh. Sounds like a good one. 76ers beat the Celtics? Oh. Ooh, everyone in Boston is sad today. Didn't the Bruins lose too? If the Celtics and the Bruins lose, oh boy. Hi, Kasha. I'm telling you, they are not gonna be happy people if both of their teams lose. Oh crap. Hold on, guys. There we go. All right, now I just gotta get down to Dr. Laposata's testimony.
Foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if
Foot at the hospital?
Go back to the beginning. Okay. Oh, Akasha says, I was in the middle of Sunday service with Mr. Betterow. Oh, that's right. I didn't get to watch Sunday service this morning. I'm going to have to watch it. I was watching Baker. Baker went spontaneously live, which is why I said anything else going on today besides drama. Always drama. Sunday morning, Sunday service is always a good watch. The Mighty One. And of course, I love Nurse Kim. Crap, where's my vape? See, I try to get everything ready and set up and I get organized. Maylin sent me all this amazing stuff that has made me much more organized, but yet I still I still misplace shit all the time. Like, where's my fucking vape? Like, seriously. There it is. Oh, yay. Okay. Sorry. Sunday service was great. Oh, yeah. Thank God I'm not in Boston. And yes, both Bruins and Celtics are out. Yeah. I'm telling you, they are going to be, not a happy day or weekend in Boston if both teams are out. Since both teams are out. Was in Maz's chat. Picking on him. He laughed at me. I love Maza. He's always just so laid back and fun to watch. Chat's always fun too. Yeah, I saw he set his stream for today. I didn't know if he was doing another fundraiser or just going over stuff or what. But he's had the last few panels. It's when he's had panels with, everyone on. It's been amazing. It's over. Oh, it's over. Okay, because things like this make me feel like I actually can be a YouTuber someday. You can you know what? Anyone can be a YouTuber. I mean, I'll just forewarn you before you start, it's not as easy as you may think. Okay? And the only other thing I can say about if you become a streamer, you will learn things. Especially if you are in the Karen Read community kind of circle of streamers, you will learn things that you don't want to know. Because even as a small channel, things follow into the chat, into my DMs. And even if you watched Baker this morning, like him saying, I get DMs, people send me stuff I don't need to know. And that's kind of, even me being a tiny channel, I get the same stuff. And I don't know why some people, and it's no one really here, but I don't know why some people feel like you need to know, because you're a streamer, that you need to know certain shit or need to be told certain shit, especially since my channel specifically is not a drama channel. Yes, I go petty sometimes. Yes, I need to vent sometimes, but my main content is not drama or just to make fun of people. And that's not a bash on people who have successful channels that do that either. But I'm just saying mine is not. And the amount of kind of crap that you get in your DM / email / wherever is crazy once you start streaming. Just an FYI. Oh, they won the Super Bowl. People in Boston can sit down. Right? Because us here in Michigan, everyone blew it. The Lions always blow it. The Red Wings blow it all the time lately. And the Pistons blow it. So, it is what it is. Today's just chit-chat and Maza. Cool. Just adding in extra words. You want to see how easy it is? Go watch my first live solo. Someone commented that I needed to get my shit together. They were not wrong. Well, it's your first show. They need to mind their own fucking business. Jeez, oh, Pete. I mean, I've been doing this every fucking day, basically, minus the few days I took off from being too medicated. Literally, I'm still don't have my shit together. Even as hard as you think you've prepared, it is not easy. Plus, it's not cheap. There are free options to everything, but that being said, the free options are extremely limiting. I found that out when I started streaming the Karen Read trial every day. The first one, When I first started going live, I was like, woohoo, I didn't know you could StreamYard for free. Then thankfully, Danny let me know. And then I hit my limit within like 2 weeks. It was like, you can't watch more than, or you can't stream more than 20 hours. And I'm like, fuck. And then I upgrade to the 40-some dollar one. And it still wasn't enough. So then, of course, thankfully, I have wonderful people that hang out with me, support me, and some people that were able to send me some donations to then upgrade to the full StreamYard, which is where I'm at now. Which, of course, yesterday or the other day, some people were extra generous sending me some donations, which was wonderful because I have problems with fuck you, Boost Mobile. Those that have been following me know that I say that every fucking day. Because they stole a bunch of money from me and I'm still trying to play catch up somehow. It's the first of the month and now I'm broke. Pay rent and you're broke. I have zero extra money. I went to buy groceries with what little I had, and the amount of groceries that you can buy for $50 lately is just it's not anything. That's why I live on mac and cheese, homemade mac and cheese, because it's the cheapest shit to buy. A box of noodles cost me $2. The cheese is the most expensive. A big brick of cheese, cost me $5-6. Then milk, which isn't that expensive. Butter, which isn't too bad. I buy the Meyer brand. And I have lots of salt and pepper. This is what I live on right now because I can make a big thing of mac and cheese that lasts me several days. And it's like when you have zero extra money in the bank and you're like, what the fuck? All because of you, Boost Mobile. Thank you very much, you assholes. I have been lucky so far when it comes to that stuff, but all my stuff is current crimes in Ohio, gangsters, and serials. I know, I love it. I love it. I get to I watch all of yours, just it's on replay because when you stream, I stream. Or if you stream before me, I'm sleeping. So I feel so bad. But when I'm not every single day with the Karen Read, I will definitely be watching and enjoying your chat. It would probably just be a random chaos channel. Those are always good. Because people that haven't been privy to whatever's going on can just watch your channel and catch up on everything. I love those types of channels. Plus, those are the fun chats that just kind of cover everything and anything. You never know what you're going to get, and the chat is always fun. I love it. Getting my shit together is not going to be a goal. It's a semi-goal for me. I know I can only get so much of my shit together. Let's just put it that way. I'm only at the $44 one so far. It has been fine for me, but I don't stream as many hours like you do. Yeah. Well, because I wanted to hit my watch hours, which, by the way, you guys, I hit my 3,000 streaming hours yesterday. Sorry. I was going to put a post up, but I didn't, but I will. I'm so excited because I literally only need my subs now. So with all that being said, here's my grift. Please like, subscribe, and share. Please share with anyone that doesn't sub yet. I need some subs. Once I get to 500 subs, I can be monetized, and I'll be so excited. Yay. I also have PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee, Give, Send, Go. Everything is in my description on the video. Thank you. I do have my PayPal linked in the chat right now. more people have been sending things via PayPal versus my Gifts and Go. I think I've asked as many people as I can to share my Gifts and Go. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, how long you can keep it open without people donating. So, but my PayPal link is linked in the chat. Yeah, you got to cook. You want to be able to afford free food. Exactly. Oh, potatoes that I did buy a bag of red potatoes. I love them. I could eat, and eggs. So eggs and potatoes and mac and cheese. That's what I live on, because thankfully the prices of eggs have went down. A couple months ago, I couldn't even afford eggs. It was insane. Then you'll catch your hair on fire with tree. Shit! I forgot to go clip that. I wrote down the timestamp and everything, and I'm going to be clipping it and putting it on a short, and making a of things not to do, kind of fun, poke fun at you, Maylin. So it's nothing. I hope you would never take something like that seriously against you, because it's funny. Like, don't light your hair on fire if you're streaming. Keep candles away. Beware. James, hey, sweetie. Appreciate it. Replay counts. Yes. Friday's story is about a woman who accredited with over 600 men's death in Europe, but never met a single victim. Oh my God, that sounds interesting. See, this is the kind of stuff I love to listen to. I will definitely be listening. Well, like I said, I always listen to give you the views, of course. And I always like, so, definitely. Some of these that you dig into are crazy. I'm telling you. Like that one from Canada I know for sure. When I went back, I sent you. Did you ever watch, speaking of, did you ever watch that Criminal Mind, or at least read about that episode that was about that Pickford guy? That's the only reason I knew of him, was from Criminal Minds. My place has the aroma of an Italian kitchen. I've had my spaghetti sauce simmering since 8 this morning. Ooh, yummy. I love spaghetti. I like any pasta, Italian food, spaghetti, lasagna, all that good stuff. Ooh, so good. My favorite kind of food. I don't like doing super chats since I found out how much they take from you guys. I'd rather do PayPal or Venmo or whatever. Yeah, exactly. PayPal, like super chats, I understand the reasoning behind it, especially for bigger channels like who can't focus on every chat that flies by. For someone like me who wants to interact with my chat and make my lives about interacting with my chat. When you have more people in it, more people chatting, it's very hard. Even when I get to 20 people, you see how hard it is for me to keep up. They make fun of my chat, makes fun of me for being 10 minutes behind, because I seriously am. And then I can only imagine when I try to chat with everyone, if I even get up to like 60 people in my chat. Look at me Friday. I think I was at 45 people. And there was no way I could interact with everyone. We would have been here till the next, like, 24 hours later, and everybody would have been asleep. That is great. I love it. Oh, good. I can make my video making fun of you turning your hair, or setting your hair on fire. I know where to get eggs for $3 a dozen. Yeah, Meijer's right now, I think the eggs are back down to $2.89 for a dozen. I think that's what they were when I bought them the other day. Yeah, I'm lucky where I live. People I work with, they all have chickens. I buy eggs from them, and we buy our meat in bulk, and then I just cut it up and put it in the freezer, and it lasts for a long time. Yeah, like I can't even. Do you know how long it's been since I've had a homemade hamburger? I can't afford buying a pound of ground beef. I literally can't afford it. Like, I barely eat meat anymore, and I'm not a vegetarian. I just can't afford it. 1 pound of meat used to be less than $4. Now you're lucky if you can get it for less than 9. Like, almost $10 for a pound of meat is insane. This is another reason why I don't make spaghetti sauce anymore. I used to make my own homemade spaghetti sauce too because it's just too damn expensive. It sucks. It sucks what Boost Mobile did to me. When I tell people that they screwed me so bad, taking $700, basically, almost $700. I mean, you have no idea. I live, and I will say this, I say it many, many times. I live a very modest lifestyle, but I'm happy with it. I'm totally okay with it. I don't need a lot of things. And I've become very meticulous with every dollar that I spend. So when you take something like that from me, which is basically half my rent, which is basically half my bills, because all my bills are included in my rent. I have no like electric bill, water bill, nothing like that. It's all in my rent. Even my cable, I don't have cable, but my internet is all in my rent. So when you take half of that, you're taking half the money that's due for all my bills. And then when you promise to send it back and you don't, so I pay other things that I needed to pay, like medication, prescriptions, doctor bills, and then you don't give it back, you not only fucked me once, you did it twice. Yeah, May has beautiful hair. Oh, you haven't had a chance to watch it yet, the episode, but it's a really good one when you do. I love the name Maylin. My firstborn's birth name is Anna May Lynn, but now they are Klaus. I don't think I've ever met a Maylin. However, the funny thing about the middle name Lynn, I don't know why I just saw the story just because of Lynn, I think, part, but when I was born, you guys seen that by my PayPal, my first name is Christy. My middle name is Ann. So when I was born, there were a couple Christies, even one lived across the street from me. There was a family with several daughters, and they named one of their daughters Christy Lynn. And apparently my dad wanted to name me Christy Lynn, and my mom was like, no, no, no. We're not putting the same name. She didn't like the Christy and the Lynn together. So luckily they agreed. Because then when I started going to school, not only was the girl who was older than me across the street named Christy Lynn, I had like 3 people in my class all named Christy Lynn. It was crazy. Yeah, if I had a burning question, I would. That makes sense. Yeah, it's for the super chats. I mean, I totally understand the reasoning behind them and the interaction part of it. But if you like, I brought this up many times when I talk about how Nan sends $499 super chats. Okay, I broke it down. Like if you are truly trying to support a channel by sending them $500, you don't send it via super chat. You send a $500 super chat because you want attention on yourself. Because you're giving $150 out of $500 to YouTube. It's so dumb. But when you send like a $2 or $5 super chat, YouTube taking a buck or, 50 cents, not a big deal. I put sweet Italian sausage in my sauce, minced onion, and it sounds yummy. I love Italian sausage. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Now I want some, James. I want some spaghetti. Wait, what? James is in Boston. Damn it. Oh, too bad you weren't in Michigan. It'll grow. My hair will be fine. It'll grow. Gotta stop starting everything with yeah. Hey, that just means you agree. Nothing wrong with that. It does sound good, doesn't it? I really want some spaghetti now, really bad. And that's the worst thing. I don't have any really good places to get really good spaghetti around me anymore. I used to love, there was Macaroni Grill, had create your own, and I loved their arrabbiata sauce with mushrooms and linguine. It was my favorite to order, especially when I was craving Italian and spicy food. But we no longer have Macaroni Grills here. They got rid of the one that was left about 2 years ago. I was so devastated. Then we used to have Buca di Beppo's, which also had some great Italian food, and now that's gone. So we literally have no good Italian food near me. And the only good small little place that I used to, like I told you, I used to work at a Italian restaurant growing up, is too far from me, and they don't deliver. They're not on like DoorDash or anything. I wish that they would be, because one day I would love to just order some good old Italian food. That simply want attention. Yeah, exactly. Especially we see you, Daniel. Exactly. You don't send that kind of money via a super chat if you're trying to actually support the channel. Think of that. $150. You know what $150 could do for me right now? Like, oh my God. For someone who's sending money to someone who needs it, or you sending it to someone to truly let them, to help them support their channel, do what they need to do, pay all the fees that you need to pay to run your channel, you don't send it via super chat. I'm sorry. It is exactly what it's for: attention. You want to be called out and shown for your supposed generosity. But Octonan, dude, she's just crazy. She's gone nuts. Oh, says Akasha, I wish I liked spaghetti. I grew up poor and we ate a lot of fucking spaghetti because 6 kids. Yeah. I grew up, my mom was on disability. She lived on disability and child support until we were 18. So I get it. My mom made spaghetti a lot too, but I loved her spaghetti. I miss her spaghetti. I miss it so much. She used to make chicken piccata too for me. It was amazing. You're invited? Yay! Okay, if I ever make it to Massachusetts, I'm going to Jane's house for some good old spaghetti. Joy, what's up, sweetie? Chow time around 3. I don't think I can make it to Boston by 3. I wish I could. Trust me, I wish I could. You just finished listening to that Spaces. I can't listen to that shit. I seriously can't. It drives me up the wall. Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. Ooh, I love a leftover spaghetti sandwich and heat it up in a skillet with butter. So good. I've never had a leftover spaghetti sandwich. I don't think I've ever had a spaghetti sandwich. But dude, I could imagine putting spaghetti behind like or in between 2 pieces of garlic bread or garlic toast. Ooh, yummy. My mom can't cook, and the Irish aren't exactly known for their cuisine. You know, it's funny you said that because I never thought about it that way, but so true. You hear about Italian food and French food and, Mediterranean food and Indian food and Thai food and Chinese, Japanese. You don't hear about the Irish cuisine, do you? My Italian buddy taught me how to make it. You need to send me the recipe, James. Do you think you could send me the recipe? I need a good recipe because I tried making what my mom used to make and it never turns out as good. And unfortunately, she's not here anymore. So I and she never wrote down a recipe. She would always just add shit. She just always, you know, flew by the seat of her pants, and then she made it the same way every day. And every time she made it, and I loved it. Hey, Shelly. What even goes on in here? I have no clue, Shelly. Just talking shit. Oh, spaghetti and mushrooms. Oh my God, I do. Oh, that's hysterical. Yay, James, send me the recipe. I would love it. Oh, speaking of James, I meant to ask you, not that it's a big deal either way, but I still didn't get a PayPal from you. So if you were charged, I just want you to know I did not get it. So please get to PayPal and request your money back if you did send it, because if they took it out of your account, because I didn't get it and I don't want you charged for something that someone didn't get. Oh, no mowers today, sweetie, thank God. It's too gloomy and cold, I think. Thank God. This is the first day, I think, all week, besides whatever day it was that rained. There are no mowers. No mowers anywhere so far. Let's cross our fingers that no mowers show up today. Cause it's been nice and quiet today. Yes, I do. I have mowers every fucking day, and it drives me fucking crazy. You didn't get charged? Okay, good, James. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because like I said, I know you were trying to send it the other day, and I didn't know if you got charged and all that, and I didn't want you to pay for something that, I didn't get and $10 be just sitting out there or given to PayPal. So thank you for letting me know. Yes, cross your fingers. No mowers today, sweeties. No mowers. So far, so good. It's actually so cold. My pseudo birds aren't even out there today. I was just gonna look up the weather and see. Let's see. So it's actually 61, but windy. It doesn't feel like 61. Real feel is 49. Supposed to be 72 degrees tomorrow, but then back in the 50s for the rest of the week. And then next weekend up to 60. Ugh. I can't complain though. I said anything above 55, 50, 55, I'm happy. Shelly, you got charged for James's Venmo? You better ask her for a refund. Baker's favorite suitcase. Hey, sweetie. 45 and cold here. See, you get, like I said, you guys in New Hampshire and Boston, Massachusetts, whatever, you guys get our weather the next day. So that was our day yesterday. We had a frost warning Friday night to Saturday morning. It's fucking crazy. It's May, and we had a frost warning. So yeah, that was us yesterday. I want to help you a little, but that shit was giving me a pain in the ass. No, you're good, James. No worries. If you want to try the buy me a coffee or the Give Send Go, those work good too. You can use any form of payment on those for anyone else. If anyone else is able to and wants to send a sort of donation, PayPal, you can send via your PayPal or Venmo. You can send, or buy me a coffee, and the Give Send Go, you can use any sort of payment: credit card, debit card, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, whatever. I think, I'm pretty sure. It was sleeting last night when I was driving. Yuck. It's May, people. Well, not people. I should say Mother Nature. It's May. Okay? Stop with the sleeting and the snowy weather. Okay? We don't want it. Try again later. Ain't in the mood for it. You're totally fine, James. No worries. I just love that you're here. Weird, my tablet is not letting me chat. What the hell? Well, shame on your tablet, Jeannie Lynn. Give that tablet a big old spanking for me. That's for Jeannie Lynn's tablet. Jeannie Lynn, you had sleep this morning too? In fucking Kentucky? What the fuck is wrong with this weather? I swear. Shelly is from New Hampshire. I thought you kicked me out. Never. I actually sent you a DM in Discord earlier. I don't know if you saw it. Pretty nice day in Boston. That's good. If you have a pretty nice day, that's pretty good then. Because if you have a nice day in Boston, but New Hampshire is 45 degrees and crappy, that's. Although I guess I can't really say much because Michigan and Ohio get really different weather too sometimes. Yeah, that's crazy. It's Kentucky and it's May and it's sleeting. That's insane. Nefarious. Oh, I responded, but 10 minutes ago. Yeah. A little too late there, Jeannie Lynn. We'll chat later. No worries. Jeannie, she said she wanted to time you out. Shelly, I'll kick your ass. I still haven't clipped that. I need to fucking clip that. I need it so bad. Nefarious says 57 and nice in New Jersey. See, isn't that sad? In New Jersey, it's 57 and nice. Here in Michigan, it's 61 and shitty because it's fucking windy and gloomy and total clouds, rainy. So, and the real feel is 69. So, or 49. So, what the fuck is the point of having 61-degree weather if it feels like 49 and rainy? Because that's, ugh, sucks. Hi, Danny. Good morning, Miss Scarlett. It's already 75 degrees here today and all sunshine. I'm gardening again with you in my ears. Aw, I'm so fucking jealous. You have no idea. I'm gonna need this weather to figure its shit out because my house looks ridiculous. I have like 1 billion plants sitting in my house right now. This is what I'm saying. When you have frost warnings in May and you have to bring in all your plants and flowers and all that inside, oh my God, I can only imagine. clamps and lights. Wow. Not perfect, but relatively good. That's good. Yeah, I mean, hey, if it was not as windy and gloomy as it is, and the real feel was actually 61 and not 49, it'd be a perfect day. But when you have 61-degree weather, but it actually feels like 49 and it's rainy, it sucks. But sleeting in Kentucky this morning now. It's sunny and warm. See, the bipolar weather is so bad. That's the shit we get here in Michigan too. It was crappy a few days ago, rainy and cloudy. Yep. You know, I was just thinking the same thing, Shelly. That's why I was silent for too long. Because I saw Jeannie Lynn say Dar, and I'm like, why don't I see Dar's comments? But she's like, it was Danny, not Dar. I'm blind. She's on her small phone, remember? Because her tablet is not working properly. Oh my God. See, this is what I need. I need my clip that says, I'll kick your ass. So instead, I'll just do this one. My house is tiny and I don't have enough windows. Yeah, that sucks. All right, Baker's favorite suitcase. Don't start that shit. I'll kick your ass. Katie D! What's up? Yes. She just plays with me. She does it. It's a running joke since the other day. The only time I rarely mute myself, but when we're watching the trial and then I want to eat while we're watching, I don't want you guys to have to hear me chew or make noise, or so I'll mute. That's the only time I mute myself. And I forgot to unmute myself once. And ever since then, now she just likes to fuck with me because I'm like, she did that like the next day, and I'm like, I literally fell for it. I was like, what? You can't hear me? What? And then I realized, I'm like, and then now she can't really mess with me anymore because I know I never mute myself unless I'm eating. So, but now I just like to tell her I'll kick your ass. Living the dream, not mine, but someone else's. Hey, I know that feeling sometimes. All right, guys. Thank you, as always, for the little chit chat that we have. Always, I love these. I love these conversations. Great start to the streams. But today we are getting into the best testimony of trial 2. I think of both trials is Dr. Laposata. So we are going to get started with this today, hoping to get through all of it, if not most of it, all of it, if not all of it, most of it. I don't know, however you want to say it. I'm hoping to get through it, but if we don't, we will continue tomorrow. And then, because I want to then get into Dr. Rentschler, because Dr. Rentschler is also a great one. We get to go over the ham sandwich. It's the best. As good as Dr. Laposata's whole testimony is, that one portion of Dr. Rentschler's testimony is the most fun to make fun of Spanky. I have so much fun with that every time I see it. Queen Laposata, yes. You're good, Jeannie Lynn. Laposata is great. But she put lap data. Lap data. It's funny. All right, guys. I'm going to start it out at 1.25 speed. If it's too fast, let me know. Oops, wrong thing. Playback speed, 1.25. Let me change my layout here. Here we go.
How long have you had those board certifications?
Like 35, 40 years.
Have you ever worked as a medical examiner in any capacity?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever worked as a chief medical examiner for any agency or governmental agency or state?
Yes, I have.
Describe that for the court, please.
I was a chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for 12 years.
How many autopsies would you say in general that you have conducted yourself?
Over 3,000.
How many autopsies in your experience as a supervisor in one capacity or another would you say you've supervised over your tenure?
Over 7,000.
Of those 7,000 that you have supervised, have any of those dealt with motor vehicle incidents?
Many.
Have any of those dealt with motor vehicle and pedestrian incidents?
Many.
Give me an idea, if you have a number in mind, how many motor vehicle pedestrian autopsies you have been involved with, either directly or from a supervisory standpoint.
Hundreds, over 500 at least.
Do you have a significant background and training in the cause and manner of death?
Yes, I do.
Is that the main goal or the main job or duty performed by a medical examiner?
Yes, it is.
Is it also significant in terms of supervising other subordinate medical examiners who may work under your charge?
Yes, you have to make sure they're doing it right.
Is there a methodology that you have employed and that is standard in the industry to employ, including differential diagnoses and inferential thinking in terms of coming to conclusions related to manner and cause of death?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the court in brief, please? I know you probably have a very lengthy explanation. Okay. Do it as briefly as you can, with being as succinct as you can.
Certainly. To determine cause of manner and death, we look at scene investigation, autopsy findings, police and witness statements, and medical history. And using that information, we come up with a differential diagnosis or a list of things that might have happened to that person to cause them to die. And from that list, then we see where all the science and all the data, which one it supports. So we've looked at several different things. I always told my staff, I said, how can we be wrong? What else could this be? So you have to make what in medicine is called a differential diagnosis and then see what the facts support.
Did you employ a differential diagnosis in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have to be at the scene in order to understand or analyze information that you get in a police report or photographs or things of that nature?
No, then we use the police investigation and scene investigation, crime lab reports, photographs taken by the crime lab, by the police at the scene.
Have you qualified as a expert forensic and anatomical pathologist in other courts in Massachusetts and other states?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times would you say you've qualified?
Hundreds.
I want to talk for a second about a specific area of interest for the court. Were you provided information and photographs of John O'Keefe's arm and his arm injuries included with the rest of the autopsy information that you received?
Yes.
Were you asked to make a determination about the nature of the wounds specific to his right arm? And I know that there's other injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, but I'd like to relegate your attention to the right arm.
Yes, absolutely. That's what the forensic pathologist does.
Without telling me what your opinion was, were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion about the source of those injuries?
Yes, I was.
What methodology did you employ to come to that opinion or conclusion, or those opinions and conclusions?
My experience and knowledge and training, along with the appearance of the wounds on the right arm, which fit a pattern, and then knowing that it fits a pattern, then I can try to look for, okay, what is the item that caused this pattern? And that would be part of the differential diagnosis that I've used for many, many years in making diagnoses and determinations.
Have you ever been trained in pattern recognition?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Oh, as a forensic pathologist and medical examiner, a large amount of our work has to do with recognizing pattern injuries, because that's so important, because it gives us an idea of what might have caused that injury. And then that's clearly of a lot of importance to the police and the investigators as they're trying then to say, well, what could have caused that injury? And so the forensic pathologist can say, well, I think it was X or Y. Then they can carry out their investigation armed with that information as to what might have caused the injury on the body.
Is there such a thing in the world of pathologists as medical literature or academic literature that deals with pattern recognition?
Yes,
Are you familiar with some or most of those publications?
absolutely.
Have you ever yourself taught classes on pattern recognition?
Yes,
At what level? High school?
at
graduate school?
the medical school level.
How often have you taught courses on pattern recognition?
Oh, at least a handful.
When was the last time you taught a course on pattern recognition?
Let's see, last month.
Do any of the courses that you've either taken, well, let's take them one at a time. Have any of the courses that you've ever taken dealt with wound pattern recognition as it relates to animal wounds
Courses that I've taken.
that you have taken?
It's part of our basic training and understanding of a forensic pathologist. The board exams, we take tests for that. Those injuries are described in our basic forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. They appear continually in our medical and scientific journals.
Is that an important skill set to develop, wound pattern recognition as it pertains to animals as a forensic pathologist?
Absolutely.
Do any of those academic courses that you've either taken or reference works that you just referred to, do any of those deal with dog bites and claw marks specifically?
Oh, yes, they do.
In the courses that you have taught related to wound pattern recognition, have you ever taught on the subject of dog bite wounds and the recognition of dog bite wounds?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you did that?
Let's see, it would be in the course in the medical school. Would have been several years ago.
Doctor, with regard to staying with dog bite wounds specifically, have you ever performed an autopsy that specifically dealt with dog bite wounds, known dog bite wounds?
Yes.
So you've seen them in person?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been qualified in any court in the land, state or federal court, on the issue of wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites?
Yes.
When was that?
The last one I can recall was a federal case involving questions of a police dog.
Did you engage in that case? Did you engage in a differential diagnosis to determine, in your opinion and conclusion, your expert opinion and conclusion, the source of the wounds that you saw?
Yes.
Did the court qualify you to speak on that issue in court?
Yes,
Did you, in fact, testify in furtherance of your opinions and conclusions in that case?
I did.
I want to turn for a second to motor vehicle accidents or motor vehicle incidents. Do you also, some of the same questions, have you also performed autopsies on known motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've performed an autopsy on those issues?
Hundreds, maybe even 1,000.
Is that a relatively common occurrence, as sad as it may be, motor vehicle pedestrian incidents in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it is, unfortunately.
Have you performed autopsies personally as well as supervised autopsies on motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
And what methodology do you employ in furtherance of coming to opinions and conclusions regarding cause and manner of death specific to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Well, we look at the scene investigation. We look at what the motor vehicle looked like. We look at hospital records, the autopsy, and then trying to understand how the injuries that the pedestrian sustained, what those mechanisms were, and how the injuries show that that person interacted with the motor vehicle.
In doing so, in coming up with injury mechanism analysis, is it important to look at and analyze the actual vehicle that is allegedly involved?
Yes, you want to look at photographs of that or see it in person.
Is that part of the normal methodology that is employed in the field?
Yes, you must look at the photographs. You must see what the vehicle looks like.
Do you also look at the other side of that handshake? In other words, look at the body of the individual that was injured, or well, in your case, killed, the decedent, in order to marry the two and determine whether or not the cause and manner of death had something to do with the motor vehicle impact.
Absolutely.
Describe that for us, please. What are some of the things that you look for that's part of the normal methodology that a forensic pathologist employs?
Well, when we examine a fatality from a motor vehicle, we want to try to understand what led up to it, how the impact occurred, and then what happened after. So we would study information about the injuries to see if we can relate them to certain pattern injuries that would be on the car. There are also evidence of transfer of energy and injuries that can result from the transfer of energy. So using the body, looking at the scene and the vehicle, understanding the motions of the vehicle and how they would have produced or would not have produced certain injuries on the body.
Just
I'm
look.
take them one at a time. With regards to animal wounds or dog bites, were you able, in this case, using differential diagnoses, using inferential thinking, and using the skills that you've developed over decades of your education, training, and background, were you able to, without telling me what the conclusion is, were you able to come to a conclusion or opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm were consistent or inconsistent with a dog bite or claw marks?
I was able to come to a definite scientific conclusion.
And is that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it
Is
is.
it consistent with the training and methodology that you've employed over decades?
It is.
I just have to say this because I too, Katie, remember watching that, and that I had to pause it, and I had to rewind and say, because it was like my brain wouldn't grasp that he seriously asked her that fucking question. The nerve of that asshole after pulling that shit with the sweatshirt. The problem is that Auntie Bev gave him so much leeway prior to her testimony, especially in his questioning of Dr. Wolf that we watched yesterday. How many comments he was allowed to make without her stepping in like she did when Alan Jackson did it just once. She threw a fucking hissy fit. But Spanky got away with it over and over and over again. It's just disgusting behavior. And why yesterday, if you were here with me, you heard me call him a piece of shit and the scum that other scum feeds on, the bottom of the barrel, just an asshole, because I can't keep it in. His voice just sets me off alone. And then when he pulls the shit that he does, asking and stating the things that he does in court. And this is why I say and have said that he will never be redeemed in my eyes. People that say that, oh, Hank Brennan redeemed himself in his defense of that woman that suffered from, spousal abuse or whatever. I'm sorry. Him doing his job as a defense attorney is not redeeming himself. The only way that Hank Brennan in any way could get some redemption, and I mean some, not all, no way ever could he get all for the shit he pulled, but maybe some, is if he went out in public making a statement to the world that he was wrong, he knew he shouldn't have prosecuted this case but did it anyway, admit that he did it for the money and the fame, and admit all the shady shit he pulled, including the sweatshirt, because we know he did it on purpose. That was not a mistake. Lally knew that sweatshirt, knew those holes in the back were made by the criminalist because he tried this case already and he just sat there. And you want me to believe that Lally didn't know the line of questioning that Spanky was about to go down, knowing that they put that sweatshirt in that glass up by the stand without showing the defense? Bullshit. So in my eyes, he wants any sort of redemption, even it's a minutia, like a tiny amount of redemption, is if he did that. If he came out and just said the truth. But he'll never do that. So he is just a piece of shit.
I'm going to ask you the same series of questions with regard to the motor vehicle incident. Did you review the autopsy report in an effort to look at John O'Keefe's entire body and all of the injuries that he sustained, not simply his right arm?
I looked at everything.
In doing so, were you able to come to an opinion or a conclusion as to the mechanism of injury and whether or not his injuries in total were consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle incident or impact?
I was able to come to a scientific conclusion.
And without telling them what that scientific conclusion is at this point, did you employ the same methodology that you've explained to the court earlier concerning differential diagnoses, inferential thinking, and decades of training, the education, training, and background that you described to the court in coming to your conclusions about whether or not the cause and manner of death was consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle impact?
Yes.
Your Honor, is there any area that I have not covered to the court's satisfaction?
So I'll let Mr. Brennan ask questions. I may have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
Good afternoon.
If we could start with dog bites.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Jeannie wins. Yes, I can. Hold on. Zach! Yeah, Akasha says, no, he didn't. He did his job when he defended her. He's still a douchebag. Exactly, Akasha. The question was so unnecessary in the moment, too. That's what got me. Why risk ruining your reputation or future decorum assumption from others just for that question? That was not warranted. So dumb. 100%, Katie. Jinx, says Akasha. Yep, we said the same thing. I was just behind on the chat. Like normal. Cranky Hanky will always stay on my list. I do not care how many of those types of he gets. I will never forgive him. Agreed. And Jeannie says, never happen. Exactly. He'll never do it. He'll never admit it. Not only that I think it was the money and the chance to be in a trial with Alan Jackson, mark my words, in the future, we are going to see him copy some Alan Jackson shit. I want that on the record. I never even thought of that, Akasha, but maybe so. He wanted to learn some shit from Alan Jackson. Wouldn't surprise me. Akasha says, Lally 100% knew. Exactly. Bridge Breaker has fervent song in his head. In their head. That's too funny. I love that song. It gets stuck in my head all the time. Even when I don't play it, it gets stuck. It'll just randomly get in there for some reason. Fooled and I ain't buying. Yep, I get you. Zach, what there is your comment? I knew I saw you. Howdy, y'all. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, Zach. Spanky thinks we're all stupid. He does. He thinks everyone's stupid but him. He's a fucking piece of shit. I know Shelly loves when I say that. Yes, Lally is a lowlife for not standing up and pointing out the sweatshirt stuff. Exactly. Katie D, it's the one I always play, the Hank. Fuck you, F you, Hank. Fuck you, Hank. You want to play it? Let's play it. Hold on. I love Fervent. He's amazing. And the song is like, I don't know. It's my absolute favorite that he's made. I like a lot of his songs. I like them all. I like all his videos. They're amazing. But this one, to me, just my favorite. Here we go.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy, I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial one jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not one guilty vote, was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rich about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arkham Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly. Standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky. Hey, yeah.
Tell me that's not the absolute fucking best ever. Like, I could listen to that all fucking day. Like, the music, the words, everything is just perfection. And hi, TBJ, I saw you. I didn't want to interrupt the song. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jeannie Lynn says, haha, all these Christians cheering in Wally World. I'm ducking behind a rack. I need headphones. I played that song and the other day, and Shelly was at the drive-thru at the bank. It's hysterical. Oh, if you play this on our Friday night sesh, I will do my dance to it. Oh my God, I gotta see that. Oh, I will so do it. Yes, and Maylin set her hair on fire on Friday night. I gotta go clip it. She sent me the timestamp. I just haven't done it yet. I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna post a short of Maylin catching her hair on fire. Those lyrics are great. Yes, they are. It's just perfection. The same Christians clutching their pearls because cussing in public probably sounds like sailors when they go home. Yeah, this is why I say it. I swear like a sailor, trucker, whatever you want to call them. I swear a lot. If you're new here and don't know, I swear a lot. The fuck word just comes out of my mouth and it can't be helped. Yeah, I didn't know. Maylin had to tell me the next day that she lit her hair on fire. I did not see it. You know, as I'm working on this tiny ass laptop, and then of course when you have the screen already smaller than everyone else gets to watch it on StreamYard, and then we each have our own little smaller box, I couldn't see shit. So I had no idea she lit her hair on fire until she told me. Hey, Moni G. Was it a candle? Yeah, I think that's what it was. What not to do on stream. Yes, exactly. Advice for for future streamers: do not do the following. Your Irish cousin teaches Irish step dancing. That's so cool. I used to love watching them. What was that? What was that group that used to tour? Oh my God, I can't think of the name of it. Gonna leave you on for hours and views, but muted because gotta not let ADHD take over and keep recording. No worries, TBJ. I know you got your own work to do, but thanks for doing that. Appreciate you. I knew I should have worn my earbuds. Yeah, we're all glad she's okay. She lost a little bit of hair, but it'll grow back. I'm sorry, May. I can't help myself. I would laugh like this if I had done it myself. I've done this. I've burned my own hair before. When I used to smoke, I lit my long bangs on fire a couple times with a lighter. I know, that's what I say. Oh, that's not. Oh, I missed that one. Her cat. Oh, your cats light themselves on fire every time I light a candle. Katie says, Darita, it's not funny, but funny. The same thing with May lighting her hair on funny. It's not funny, but funny. And the smell, I talked about this yesterday. The smell of burnt hair is so disgusting. River dance. I knew one of you would know it. Not stomp, river dance. Yes. Stomp's good too, don't get me wrong. But the one I was thinking of was River Dance, the Irish dancing group that used to tour around. You want to play it right now? All right, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta pull up the timestamp. I'm gonna make a short of it. I wrote it down because Maylin sent me some awesome stuff to keep myself organized. Now I just gotta find where I wrote it down. Hold on. Okay, so I got the timestamp here. So let me pull it up. Hold on. I'm like, dumbass, how many times are you going to do the same thing? It is funny. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up really quick. I got to get to Friday night. Here we go. I can't stand listening to myself or watching myself, but hold on. Okay, so the timestamp is at 1950. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up 1950. 1945. That's close. Okay, here we go. Okay, everybody, I wish I could on here. I can't make it I can't zoom in, but watch Maylin.
It was
left.
I swear to God, I read the room wrong. It was roaring laughing like it was the
Oh, when you leaned over?
Because what made it so funny is he was dead serious. He's like he goes, I read the room wrong.
Wait, hold on. Damn, it froze. What the fuck?
Get up.
Like, you're gonna go crowd surfing and face plant the fucking floor.
But the funny thing was,
Look at her lean back and grab her hair.
But the funny thing was, is he was so.
Hold on. I gotta hold on.
Get up.
Like, you're gonna go crowd surfing and face plant the fucking floor. You're gonna
Get up.
like, you're gonna go crowd surfing and face plant the fucking floor.
But he was.
You didn't get to actually see it on fire, though. That's the thing. It's funny and not funny that it would be. Oh my god. Okay, so now I'm way behind in the chat again. Akash says, I light my sweater on fire, smoking out the back door of the Holiday Inn once. Oh my god. Hi, Angie. Since your nose hairs. Ow. Do not feel bad. My husband was in the room with me and didn't see it happen. Not funny, but funny. It is. Hi, Barbara. If you can't laugh at yourself, you just can't laugh. Exactly, Joy. That's why we love to laugh at ourselves and everything else. Yes, the river dance is the one I was talking about when James was talking about Irish dancing. That's the river dance. It was so fun. I used to watch them all the time. I never got to see them in person, but I would have loved to. How hot is it in Texas? How hot in November? It's still pretty hot. I can tell you that. I don't live there, but I've been there. Maybe switch to electric candles. This is what I'm saying, Joy. I can't, like, how small it is when you are on a small screen like I am. And then in StreamYard, it makes the window even smaller. And then we each have our even smaller individual little picture, I just thought she was fixing her too. And plus you were laughing so hard, I was looking at you, not her. Yeah, exactly. She pulled it off amazing. Didn't even notice. Wait, is it out? Just keep checking. Hi, Genuine. I swear to God, I just thought she was fixing her hair. What's funny is I did notice when her headphones almost fell off her head. But I didn't notice when she looked back and had her hair on fire. Remember when we were kids and we used to light our socks and it would burn the cotton, like the one outside, or wait, now imagine that's my sweater. So remember when we were kids and we used to light our socks and it would burn the cotton, like on the outside. I never did that. I don't know if I was not like the only one that didn't. Didn't anyone else do? So, like, what do you mean? Like, you would light a lighter or light them on fire to see the flames go through the sock? I'm confused on that one. Sorry. Oh, Maylin says, every time I fix my hair on stream, Joy's going to ask if it's on fire. Oh, not just Joy. Me too. Zach says November is great mornings in the 40s. Days in the 70 to 80s. If me or Hippie's wigs ever go up, holy shit, Sue. Oh, yeah. I mean, those wigs, that one, like, pubic hair wig that she sent me, could you imagine that one going on fire? I'm having so much. I cannot wait. We are going to have so much fun on Fridays from now on. I just can't wait. Hi, Leslie. Maylin brings Kissed by Fire next level. Moni G, I love you. I called you this morning. You didn't answer. I wasn't watched very well as a child. It was the 80s and 90s. I mean, none of us were. Were we in the 80s and 90s? Our parents shoved us outside and said, come back at, when the street lights come on. That's how it was. It was the best time. White socks, especially the little lint particles on the socks. You light it and it goes whoop up the sock. Oh, apparently I am the only one that didn't do that. Now I want to try it. Seriously. That's how it is in Michigan, Joy. You don't like the weather? Wait a minute, because it'll either be cold or hot. That's it. You get cold or hot, it'll change. It changes within hours. It can be like 70 degrees overnight, and you can wake up in the morning and it's like 30. It's insane. Zach says, fall is my favorite season. I like spring, except for the allergies. Thankfully, I never had allergies until, I don't know if this is allergies or not, but the same thing Joy was talking about the other night, the later it gets, a couple of Friday nights ago, you guys were here with me just talking shit till 3 in the morning. It was like the later it got, the more stuffy I got. And it's only when my windows are open, so it has to be something from outside. But I never had things like that ever before. But, spring used to be my favorite season, but now in Michigan, we really just don't have 4 seasons anymore. We have hot and cold. There's my train. My Sturdo birds aren't outside, but I heard my train. My train I get to hear several times a day. I love it. Yeah, but 40 KDD, the 40-degree weather is only right in the morning. 6, 7 in the morning, you'll wake up and it'll be in the 40s. But then by 11, it's 70. So. In the 80s, we had commercials to remind our parents that they had kids. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Leslie says, I absolutely loathe the way Hank treated female experts as little ladies. He sounded like a used car salesman. He just sounded like a piece of shit. Because he is a piece of shit. Yep, I built forts and ran around until dark. Exactly. We all were outside until dark. The more you know. Yes, if you guys remember the rainbow and the more you know commercials. Outside allergies are bad around here. Yeah, that's what everyone's been saying. That's what I just never had allergies before. It's crazy. Spanky is a slime ball. 100%. Kasha says, okay, we develop new allergies and get rid of allergies as we get older, or basically our whole lives And it's a high tree pollen season. Well, that must be it. Like I said, it's weird. Can you guys hear my train? It reminds me of my mom. That's why I love hearing it. My mom used to love the sound of trains. The house I grew up in, we could hear a train. Not as often as I hear here. Like, I live really close to a train track, and it's probably 3 or 4 times a day the train goes by. Says, oh, by the way, your birds were visiting when you first started the stream. I heard them when I was at 2.0. Sometimes I don't realize it, but then when I try to listen, like right now, no birds, just the train. Best weather is when you wake up and it's 70 and then you get out of work at 5 and now it's 30. What the fuck? I know, right? This is what I'm saying. Growing up before cell phones was fun. Oh, yeah. Growing up before caller ID was even more fun. Because when we would crank call people, we weren't nefarious about it. We're just being funny. Scarlett, now you got come on this train, my choo-choo train. All right. Ooh, that's a good one. See, I've been writing down ideas for emojis, and that's gonna be my sound. I gotta come up with some emojis and sound emojis. I got my pseudo bird, the lawnmower, and now the train. So I gotta write that down. All right. The radar, don't answer the phone. He'll know you're alone. My son and I stayed in a converted train when we went up north for a hockey tournament. It was really cool. That does sound cool. We took my mom. Okay, so there was a really, if you guys have ever heard of the shit, I can't remember the flight number now, but there was a really bad airplane crash right above right over 94 by DTW, and the house I grew up in was less than 15 minutes away from there. So we heard it. It freaked my mom out because it was so loud. It was the one in the 80s where only a baby girl survived near Detroit Airport. And if you've heard me talk about how I used to go to Denver every summer with my mom, my brother, and my grandma to visit extended family out there, we used to fly. And then after that airplane accident, it freaked my mom out so bad that we started taking the train. And it was so cool because not just sometimes we would take the regular, like, well, not the regular train. It's a double-decker train, Amtrak train. But if you've never been on a train before or on a longer trip where you're on, where you have like the dining cart and the observation cart. By the way, the observation cart is like the most amazing thing. Traveling through the states, like as flat and boring as Nebraska is, sitting in the observation cart, which is nothing but windows, and just seeing the beauty of nature is an amazing thing. And especially when you get into Colorado and you start seeing the mountains, it's so fucking cool. And then several years we took the train. We got the sleeper cars where you're not just in seats, you're in your own little cart with like pull down beds and a tiny ass bathroom. But it was so cool. Like, I loved it. I took a train to LA twice. It takes you 3 days to get there, but the trip is part of the fun. I don't know. I just love it. Right now, right? And now if I leave leave without my cell phone, I lose my fucking mind and think the world is going to end. I know. I say this a lot too, is that our lives are so dependent on technology and the internet. Like, it's crazy. I've talked about way back when we thought Napster was the coolest shit ever. Being able to burn your own CD was like, holy fucking shit. Not to mention that it took, a couple days just to download the 10 songs off Napster. Then it took another couple days, or LimeWire. Then it took another couple days just to burn the damn CD if it didn't get stuck in the middle and then you had to start all over. Uh-oh, Moni G is trying to get songs stuck in my head again. My neighbor used to have a rooster. I love the sound of his rooster. When his rooster died in defense of his ladies, he hatched a new rooster, and hearing a rooster go through puberty was hysterical. Oh my God. I can't even imagine what that sounds like. I don't know if I would want to know what that sounds like. Holy shit. If you ever make pseudo pet merch, I want credit for the title. You got it, Dar. And so I call it my pseudo pet bird because that's what Dar started to call it, hearing my birds outside every day. You took a train to Atlantic City once. So from Massachusetts to Atlantic City, is it just because, like, if you take a regular train, like if you were to take Detroit train from like Ann Arbor train station to Chicago, you're on a smaller train. You still have like seats that are able to lay back and stuff, and you have a dining cart, but it's not a double-decker train, and it doesn't have like observation cart or anything. It's just a regular train. But if you get on like a longer trip and you have to get on the bigger double-decker Amtrak trains, like, it's just, if you've never been on one, it's an experience. And for me, it's fun. I know other people are like, dude, get me off this shit. I loved it. The only time I ever got nervous was when you're on the bridge that crosses the Mississippi River, because going that far, knowing that if for some reason your train crashed or have problems, you had nowhere to go but down. Payphones. We don't have payphones anywhere, Dar. I think they're all gone. Everyone tell me your favorite hot beach vacation destination, like somewhere you've been that is underrated or just blew you away. Ooh. Well, for me, the only real, like, I'll be honest, the best ocean beach place I've ever been is Ocean City, Maryland. Look it up. They have a boardwalk. Now, I don't think it's really underrated. I don't know, but I don't hear that many people talk about it. Ocean City, Maryland. It's absolutely fucking beautiful. Oh, Moni G is bound to get a song stuck in my head, like I said. Akasha says, Anna Marie Island, Florida, and Cumberland Lake on a houseboat. Couldn't find a payphone in Boston to save your life. We used to take the Amtrak from Buffalo to Detroit. See, now from Buffalo to Detroit, it's the smaller train. I'm telling you, if you've never been on the double-decker Amtrak trains. You need to take a trip just one time and experience the observation cart, experience the just beauty of it. Jeannie says, love Amtrak. I just love the train. I love being on the train. Took a train from London to Glasgow. They serve drinks and food. There's a drink cart like in the main like the smaller train parts, the ones before that you take like from Ann Arbor to Detroit before you get on the big double decker. They have a like a it's a dining cart, but not the same as like the dining cart in the double decker is literally like a small tiny little restaurant. It's booths, but you don't get seated. You just have to find an open spot, which means you can technically dine with other people if the only spots are next to other people. And then in the little dining carts in the regular smaller trains, they serve like mostly just snacks and drinks. You could not pay me to get on an Amtrak. What? I want to go to the beach. I'll go to the beach with any one of you. Usually go to Mexico, but might try somewhere new this year. I did like Santa Monica Beach too. When I went to LA, we went over to Santa Monica Beach, went to that big mall that's right there off the beach. It was pretty cool. But Ocean City, Maryland is the absolute best place I've been to. Sorry, I want to catch up, guys, so we can get back. Okay, Moni G, see you when you get back. You get a sleeper car and then you can go eat, drink. They have the elevated cars to watch outside. A long trade ride is awesome. Exactly, Dara. You get it. You get what I'm saying. Never done a big train trip? I recommend doing it at least once. I understand if you don't like it, you don't like it. But if you like just looking and the serenity of looking at nature and watching the outside, and you don't get like motion sickness because you don't want to be in the observation cart and watch, the world go by if you get motion sickness. It's not for you. But if you don't, it's the most relaxing feeling in the world. Oh, you're a rock hunter? Cool. Have you ever been up to the UP? If you go up to the UP, up to the really tip of the UP, there's a place called shit. What's it called? Hold on, I gotta think of it. Shit. Now I'm gonna have to look it up because I can't think of the fucking name of it. Copper Harbor. If you go up to Copper Harbor, there's this amazing place that you can walk up and literally look up the very tip of Michigan. And it's so fucking beautiful. And they have this little store in there. And then they have all these places that you can go do those tours under, in caves and stuff and look at all the stalagmites, stalactites. I never remember which is which. But you can buy the pieces of those. They're so awesome. I used to have a big collection of those. It's dwindled over the years, but only trade ride was overnight from Tallinn, Estonia to Riga, Latvia. Round trip when I was 14. It was scary as hell with border guards grunting at you in a language you don't understand. Yeah, that would definitely be scary. Ish. Straight. Oh, that's what I'm saying. If you're scared of heights or, it freaks you out to be up high or looking down, you don't want to be in the observation deck when you go over something like the Mississippi River. But other than that, it's amazing. Sorry, I'm going to catch up, guys. Sorry if I missed the comment that you really want me to see. Tell me to go back and look. Go on a train and just be drunk. Joy. Oh, Katie says, I took the train to Chicago once, never again. What? Look up the Canadian by Via Rail. Okay. Ooh, that looks beautiful. Oh my God. I would love to do that. Luxury train travel across Canada by train. Oh my God, that would be so much fun. I want to go to Alaska for my mom. My mom always wanted to take an Alaskan cruise. She never made it. If you have not done drag bingo in Provincetown, you should consider going there to do that. That sounds like fun. Stalactites hang from above. They have to hang on tight. Oh, that's a good way to remember it. Thanks, Star. I never remember which is which. Oh, Shelly. I kick your ass. I just got there, Shelly. Ah, that's okay. I'm just catching up now. I'm just gonna. I'm so far behind. You guys know I get like this because we have some amazing chat. I just love these days when we just can chat about everything and anything. The largest locomotive is crossing the country this year. It will be in Buffalo in June, I believe. It may come close to you, Scarlett. I'm definitely gonna check that out, dude. That's awesome. Thanks, Barbara. Oh, you've been in a hot air. Oh, have you been or always wanted to? I've never been in a hot air balloon. I don't know how I feel about that one. I think it would be fun. I never really thought about it. I'll be honest. Oh shit. Hold on, you guys. I got someone at the door. Hold on. It's not a lot right now, but I got a piece of bake. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Oh. Okay, sorry guys. I'm gonna just scroll down. I'm way behind. That was my landlord. Of course, I had to give him rent money. Now I'm broke. It felt nice to have that cash, and now it's gone. Anyways, sorry if I missed any comments. We're having a great conversation and I just got distracted now because I didn't know he was stopping by. I hadn't even texted him to let him know to come grab it, but he just stopped by, but that's okay. Let's see. I just saw this, Shelly. Katie says, Shelly, go to her computer and scroll chat to the bottom so she's caught up. I'm caught up. I did it myself, silly. Oh, I shared a link in your Discord about the steam locomotive. Thank you, Barbara. I definitely want to check that out. That sounds like so much fun. That train across Canada too, that Dar mentioned, that sounds so fun. Oh, you went on I missed that then. Leslie says a hot air balloon was wild. So you went on a hot air balloon. That's awesome. Oh, wait. No, it says, okay, I'm going back. It says, this is why this chat makes my brain go sideways. I had a very normal sized backyard and a hot air balloon landed in it because it had to do an emergency landing. It was weird. You opened an old memory. Yeah, we talk, like I said, we talk about all kinds of crazy shit here. And that's why I love it. All right. Well, with that being said, as much as I could sit here all day with you guys, no joke. However, I do want to get through Dr. Laposata. So let's get back into it, at least for a little while. We'll take another break. We always need a palate cleanser from Spanky. Listening to his voice fucking drives me nuts. So after the voir dire comes the direct. And then once we get to Spanky, we're going to need several breaks. So here we go.
Did you have any specific training in wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
Yes, it's in our literature standard textbook. It's standard information that is needed to be a forensic pathologist.
When did you receive training regarding pattern recognition of dog bites?
Beginning when I took my board, starting in 1983.
And what did that entail?
It entailed reading literature. It entailed reading the standard forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. And it is a sub-part of understanding pattern injuries. Dog bite injuries are described in all our journals and all our standard forensic textbooks.
Other than reading about it when you were studying for your boards, did you have any practical experience where you were engaging in the field in pattern recognition analysis regarding dog bites?
Yes, I've had many cases where there have been dog bite injuries.
When you were studying for your boards, were you doing that, or after you completed your boards?
I'm telling you that it's such a basic part that during studying for boards, it's a section that we study. And I, of course, had many cases since then.
Did you receive any education past reading literature for the boards, where you took classes, seminars?
Akasha, yes. This is the voir dire first. And then we get into, it goes straight into the direct once the voir dire is open. Oh my God, is done.
Where it taught specifically wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites.
It's all part of wound pattern recognition. It's usually included in literature. If there are lectures about pattern injuries, it's a subset of pattern injuries like hammer injuries, like gunshot wounds, like baseball bat injuries. There's a huge number of types of pattern injuries that are part and parcel of what a medical examiner has to understand and diagnose.
Do you remember taking any specific classes or any specific training about wound pattern recognition relative to specifically dog bites?
Yes, it's in all the literature that I keep up with.
Did you take any training or did you attend any classes that involved wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
Yes, it's often included in our seminars and case reports.
Do you list any of those classes or seminars on your resume?
That I took? No.
Can you identify one of those classes, where it was, when it was, who taught it, what the name of it was regarding wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't give you a specific time and date.
Can you remember the name of the last class or seminar that you took or completed that has to do with wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't recall.
Is there anything in your report that identifies any of your specific education or training on wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites?
It's in my CV. It's basic knowledge that a forensic pathologist has to have.
I will ask you about the CV, but Dr. Laposata, I just wanted to ask you about your report first. Is there anything in your report that points to any specific training
In the report that I wrote on
in your
this
report
case?
relative to wound pattern recognition as to dog bites? Is there anything in your report that identifies that for us?
In my report, I put together the case of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. As far as your experience, though, do you ever make any note in your report about your specific experience and training about wound pattern recognition for dog bites in your report?
No,
What's
it's
your
not
asshole?
appropriate.
In your CV, is there anywhere you can point to us where you had specific training for wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites, where we can see that on your CV?
It doesn't say dog bite training specifically, no.
Do you have anything on your CV that specifically talks about wound pattern recognition for animals?
Those are usually classified within other pattern recognition.
Do you have anything specific that would alert us in your CV that you've had such specific training on wound pattern recognition for animals?
Other than I've passed my board exams and have practiced for 40 years.
Have you provided a list of cases where you have testified in court specifically about wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
I don't know if I have given a list. I don't keep those kinds of lists.
You mentioned one case about law enforcement dogs in federal court. When was that case?
Several years ago.
How long would you say, if you had a guess?
How long was it ago?
Yes, please.
A couple years, around COVID time.
Okay. Did you testify in that case about law enforcement police dogs?
I testified about an individual who had injuries, and there was a question as to whether Canine Caper, who was the dog's name, inflicted any injuries on this person.
And this was in Boston federal court?
Springfield, or Boston, right?
Is there a difference between law enforcement dog bites and domestic dog bites?
Well, they have the same kind of dog jaw.
So you would say
They're
that
taught differently, obviously.
would the wound pattern recognition be the same or different if you were looking at it from a law enforcement dog perspective or a domestic dog perspective?
The dog would be the same.
Do you have any other cases that you've testified about wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I've testified in hundreds of cases. I can't say that I remember any particular ones.
Would you be able to identify any of those for us today?
No, too many.
I love her face.
I'll ask you about accident reconstruction
No.
experience.
Too many, you moron.
And I mean this respectful. You don't have a biomechanical or medical engineering type background, do you?
No, I'm not a mechanical engineer.
And you're not certified by ACDAR or any of those type of organizations, are you, doctor?
No, I relate the injuries on the body to the motor vehicle.
Have you ever been to a car collision scene and investigated a car collision scene firsthand?
Yes.
And when you've done that, do you have a chance to look at all of the physical materials, the properties?
Well, when I go to a scene of a motor vehicle fatality, I look at the pieces that are scattered around. I look at the body. I look at bloodstain patterns. I look at damage to the car.
That's why, sorry, I got to pause the queen just to say this, that when you guys distract me, I love it. Never apologize. We have awesome conversations. You guys are just amazing. And I have so much fun just talking about whatever comes up. It's a great time. So never apologize for that.
Then the body would go back for the examination at the medical examiner's office, and there would be further examination of the scene by accident reconstructionists and examination of the automobile by specialists who could figure out what motor vehicles do. So it's a part of correlating the injuries to the vehicle.
You've never written an accident reconstruction report yourself, have you?
No, that's not what I do.
I understand. In this case, what materials did you look at? Because I don't think in your report it mentions the materials that you studied. What materials did you study as the basis for any potential opinions regarding accident reconstruction?
Well, so you would like for me to tell you everything I studied in this case?
Yes.
I have my list here. Should I read
That's fine by me.
Okay. I studied the autopsy report, neuropathology report, toxicology, and associated paperwork from the medical examiner's office. I studied 104 autopsy and neuropathology photographs, 70 additional autopsy photos taken by Trooper Watson. I studied Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS run sheet. I studied the Good Samaritan medical records that also included 35 photographs of the body. I looked at evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, blue jeans, t-shirt, sweatshirt, boxers, and sneakers. I'm sorry. I looked at photographs that were taken at the crime lab of various pieces of plastic, black, red, and clear. I studied photographs of the outside of Ms. Reed's SUV as it was part of the police garage. I studied the Canton Police incident report, about 100 photographs taken by Canton Police of the outside scene.
I would love to go to lunch with Dr. Laposata and Dr. Russell. I mean, could you imagine the conversation? Like, I would have so many questions, not even just about this trial, but about medical stuff in general, forensic science. I would love to learn from them. Holy shit. It would be the best lunch ever.
So that gave me a very good idea of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Were you involved in a case, Cromwell versus Daniel Tompkins?
Remind me about that. I've been involved in hundreds of cases.
Yes, you have. This case was in Franklin County Superior Court. It was a case where you had an opportunity to present testimony and regarding blood spatter, which you're the qualified expert for. I'm sorry.
Well, that doesn't quite say what I did, but I remember the case you're talking about.
Did you attempt, or was there an attempt to have you qualified to talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
No, I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
And do you remember whether or not there was an attempt that was denied to try to have you?
The fact that she has to say, I'm not an accident reconstructionist, fucking like 50 times to this bastard. If you guys are here with me yesterday, and basically any day that Spanky's voice is heard too much, I can only take so much of his fucking nasally, annoying, condescending, whatever other adjective you want to use for his voice. This piece of garbage, scum that feeds on other scum. I can't even think right now of any other words, but he's just a piece of shit. I can only take so much of him at a time. We will, and what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, we will have to take probably many palate cleanser breaks during his cross of her. Because he's been talking for what? Less than 5 minutes and I'm already beyond irritated. He raises my blood pressure and my anxiety just because he talks. Just because he opens his fucking mouth. And then the shit that he spews just, yeah, you get my drift.
Talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
I have no idea. I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
You just said that. How many times now?
Do you have anything on your CV specifically that offers any background on accident reconstruction or accident reconstruction type classes or seminars?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you, Dr. Laposata.
No, you're welcome.
So can I just ask Dr.
Yes.
Laposata, about, you said you've been involved in autopsies
yeah.
with dog bites.
Yes.
How many?
I've done thousands of cases, probably 50 or so, and it's not always the cause of death. And then I've supervised maybe 75 more where that dog bites were involved in the case.
When was the last one?
Let's see, probably 2 years ago.
Any questions based on my questions?
All right.
You are all set in there. Dr. Laposata. We'll get to you sometime this afternoon.
Thank you.
I do want to give everybody a break, including counsel. Can we do less than 5-minute arguments on this?
Is eminently qualified to speak to both the issue of wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, specifically, as well as cause and manner of death as it relates to vehicle pedestrian incidents or impacts. The doctor has an incredibly impressive resume, just a touch of which we reviewed during the course of this voir dire for her qualifications. But with regard to the dog bite specifically, she talked about the differential diagnosis that she undertakes and undertook in this case. She talks about the inferential thinking that she undertook in this case. She talks about how that is the proper methodology in the scientific community and specific to the forensic pathology community in order to come to a determination about wounds and the source of wounds, i.e., was it a dog? Was it another animal? Was it another source? Was it laceration?
We need another fluffy break. All right, bring it on. Hold on. I gotta cue it up. Well, I'll play the rest of Alan while I cue it up. Here we go.
Versus abrasions, things of that nature. She's obviously done, as she indicated, thousands, if not climbing real close to 10,000 autopsies that she's either supervised or that she's conducted herself. She actually has, notably, as per the court's last question, she's actually undertaken personally somewhere close to, I thought it was probably 5 autopsies herself dealing with dog bites. They're not always the cause of death, but sometimes it's attended to the injuries that led to a different cause of death. But she's undertaken at least 50.
I love all
she
these
estimates 50 of those
adjectives.
autopsies herself. She's seen dog bites. She's seen dog wounds. She engages in pattern recognition. She also teaches classes on pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites, and she's eminently qualified to speak to that in this particular case. She has been able to come to an opinion and conclusion as to whether or not the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm are consistent or inconsistent with dog bites, and I expect that she would then give that opinion and conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty and to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as it relates to her differential diagnosis and her ultimate conclusions concerning the automobile impact. Obviously, many more autopsies dealing with that because it's more common. She also engaged in the exact same differential diagnosis. She has training.
Since Sarah's mom is watching, we're gonna take our palate cleanser now. I'm sorry for this, Sarah's mom. Hold on. I hope she doesn't take offense. Tell her, hey, Mary, Deb. You weasel faced fuck. Dude, I'm going to kick your ass. Is there supposed to be sound? You guys, I need to get that clip. Malin, okay. I need you to do me a favor. Whenever you get up to it, although knowing Superwoman Malin, she'll have it to me in like 10 minutes. I need you to find the clip of Buffy, the episode where Faith takes over Buffy and she's in the mirror making faces, saying things, and she says, I'll kick your ass. I need that clip. For all these people, can you hear Scarlett? I'm gonna kick your ass. Repulsive. There's another one. Oh, Sarah's mom says, tell them I said Alan Jackson is so cute. I love it. Let her know. Mary B says, Sarah, let her know the man can cook too. James has a man crush on AJ, and I'm straight. Oh, yeah. Sarah's mom, we take real good care of Sarah. Potty pads are down and punch in the fridge. Are those the chat rats? A lot of them are here. You really couldn't hear me. I'm gonna. I swear to God. Now it's going in my head. Are you fucking kidding me? You had no sound, and the video was paused. Oh my fucking God! I'm retarded. So here we go. I thought you guys were joking. See, when you joke with me so many times, I literally think you're joking. So here we go.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, hey. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy. I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble. Do I really need any lungs? The trial one jury was just like me. They were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not one guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly. Standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky. Yeah.
Sarah's mom, Deb, I hope that you like that one. And don't take offense to it, because it's like the best song ever. I absolutely love Fervent. Okay, so let me actually change my screen this time. We will get into the rest of Dr. Laposata. And for our next palate cleanser, when needed, after listening to Spanky for, I say too long, but it doesn't take much longer than seconds for me to get so fucking annoyed by him. So, especially with this witness, he is just, I have no words. I literally say he's a piece of shit, an asshole, over and over and over again to describe him because I just have no words for the disgusting behavior that he displays in court all the time, but it's 100 times worse with Dr. Laposata. But I will get some other palate cleansers ready, and I will make sure to actually change the screen. Hank is worse than Adam got a mistrial, and Hank got an acquittal. Yep. And I said this the other day after finally watching trial 1 and then watching trial 2, but watching 1 and 2 back to back and only seeing, trial 1 for the first time. Even though I'd seen clips and people talk about Lally and his monotone voice and the constant asking of what if anything, what if anyone, what if who, what if whatever. I would still prefer to listen to that shit all day versus listening to Spanky for 5 seconds. Yes, Mary B. How's your foot, hon? Did you go out again? I know she went out. She went to 3 stores, I think it was. 3 places. Like, she went out. She went crazy. I don't know how she did it for the first time out. Waiting for the second date with the aliens. Yep. I can't wait till Friday. It's okay. Lots of action the past few days. I'm giving it a rest for today. Good for you, Mary B. Don't do too much too fast. Did I miss AJ's famous do it scene? Yes, you did, Sarah. We played that the other day when Spanky doesn't know what rebuttal is. I think it was yesterday. Or no. It was Thursday when I started, when we were going over the motion. It was Thursday, I believe it was, because Friday I tried to go more into Dr. Wolf's testimony. We watched like 10 minutes and then spent 4 hours just chatting away. So, and then yesterday was the rest of Dr. Wolf. So it would have been Thursday that we watched him do that. Don't overdo it, says the one who can't sit still. Rats. I can cue it up again if you want to show your mom. I'll cue it up. I'll find it, get it ready. And I'll play it after all this. Here's Ellen Jackson, guys, for the rest of the Wadier.
The subfield of, or the sub-issue of vehicle pedestrian impacts is included and subsumed within much of the medical literature that she's been taught on, going all the way back to the 1980s, dealing with her boards, and she's consistently passed her boards. She's consistently kept up with the literature. She's consistently engaged in autopsies herself, so she has firsthand training. She also trains other medical professionals, other doctors, other medical examiners, and she supervises other medical examiners. She's been the chief medical examiner for an entire state. I cannot imagine somebody more eminently qualified to talk about the 2 subjects that she's been called to talk. Well, she's called to talk about several other subjects, but these 2 subjects that's before the bench right now, than somebody with Dr. Laposata's qualifications. I will submit on the voir dire that we just completed.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
I do not think that Dr. Laposata has articulated the experience the way it's been summarized. She could not provide any specific training other than her boards and her references to literature. She could not articulate one single class or seminar that she took that pertained to differential diagnosis of dog bite injuries. She has no specific memory of having any type of experience in differential diagnosis as far as being in a training, seminar, or advanced education. She has the experience of a medical examiner who has seen what she believes to be dog bites in the past. She has no publications or references that she has studied the issue of differential diagnosis or pattern wound recognition relative to dog bites. If we look at the standard Dr. Russell employed, Dr. Laposata does not have any of the merit to be an expert in dog bites. While she has taught, we did not hear about anything in particular that she has taught about specific pattern wound recognition analysis regarding dog bites. She is an experienced medical examiner, has a wealth of experience, past experience in autopsies, but she has no experience that is a basis for her as an expert in being a dog bite expert. Particularly, she mentions one case that she's testified in federal court that we've heard of today, and she has nothing whatsoever in her report or resume to establish that she has used, studied, and knows this methodology. In fact, her CV and her report don't have any basis for one to look at and see that she has any specific experience in dog bites. And so Dr. Laposata, from the Commonwealth's perspective, should not be able to give an opinion regarding or about whether or not the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe were caused by a dog. She simply does not have the training and experience and education and methodology to make her a so-called dog bite expert. Regarding accident reconstruction, she said it best. She is not an accident reconstructionist. She saw some of the materials in this case, but it is a fraction of the materials in this case.
Oh my God, Malin, I just have to stop Spanky because I really don't care about stopping him. I normally apologize when it's, people I respect. Spanky, Malin, like I said, look at homework done. She clipped that shit so fast. Look what I mean. She's fucking superwoman. Thank you, Malin. You're amazing.
She is not in a position to give an opinion whether or not the wounds are consistent with broken taillight. There is nothing we see on her CV. There's nothing we see in her report. There's nothing we heard on direct examination that she has any experience in breaking glass, breaking plastics, and the causation of wounds. It also overlooks the fact that the opinion that would be offered would extend beyond just the wounds on the arm. It would extend to a general opinion that he was not involved in a collision, and that's improper. There's no predicate or basis for it. And so based on her testimony and absence of being able to provide any educational experience, she should not be able to testify about either of these two matters.
Thank you. Okay.
She was suggest that she don't even qualify to one court federal judge is handling that case qualified as a dog bite expert in that case. That is not a small thing. That, as a matter of fact, it's a very big thing for Dr. Laposata and her credentials. In addition, she indicated, contrary to what Mr. Brennan just suggested, she indicated that she has been training on wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites for her entire career, not just when she was studying for her boards, since she's been studying for her boards. And it's been constant and consistent throughout her entire career. She's made these differential diagnoses. She's seen the autopsies. She's seen the wounds during autopsies firsthand, probably 50 or more. She's supervised another 75 or more autopsies dealing with known dog bite wounds. She has the credentials. The court will recall that, for instance, Dr. Isaac Wolf was called to testify by the Commonwealth. He had absolutely nothing, no credentials whatsoever to talk about wound pattern recognitions. He was a neurosurgeon, and yet he was allowed, over Mr. Alessi's objection, to talk about and to discuss his opinions and conclusions as to the wound pattern on the back of John O'Keefe's head. Certainly, Dr. Laposata brings much, much, much more to the table than Dr. Isaac Wolf. I'm not comparing them. They're apples and oranges. Dr. Laposata she doesn't have to be a sole dog bite expert to be expert in dog bites. She doesn't have to be Dr. Russell. She has to have that level of knowledge, that level of skill, that level of expertise that's beyond that of the average layperson in order to opine as an expert on a particular issue. She certainly brings that to the table as it pertains to dog bites. And I think her skill and her education, training, and background certainly speaks to the fact that she has that in spades with regard to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents.
All right. Thank you. All right. I'll get your ruling as soon as I can. So we're going to stop back up at 2:20, and I expect to go straight through the rest of the afternoon.
All right, please.
All right. I appreciate the court personnel waiting so that we could have that voir dire. It's helpful. All right. So my rulings are very similar that they were this morning. So first of all, on the Daubert analysis regarding Dr. Laposata being able to testify as to the dog bite wounds, I find that she is not qualified. I'm not satisfied that the Daubert requirements have been made. Specifically, not just the experience, but the reliability of the methodology she used and how it was applied. So based on that, she cannot testify to the dog wounds. And I want to take a minute to differentiate this testimony with Dr. Russell's. I found that Dr. Russell was an expert qualified to testify as to dog bite wounds, mainly from her experience in the ER, coupled with her being an ME. Dr. Laposata does not have that experience. I found that Dr. Russell's methodology was reasonable and was sufficient, and I found that it was appropriately applied. Remember that Dr. Russell was published in the area here. So regarding pages 10 and 11, all of the text on Dr. Laposata's report on pages 10 and 11 that start with the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are excluded. Now, moving on to the testimony regarding not being consistent with a motor vehicle strike, I find that Dr. Laposata's opinion on these not being the result of a motor vehicle collision exceed what is within her scope of expertise in some regards, not in all, in some regards, significantly, like I said this morning. So on page 17, that first sentence is in. The second sentence, tail lights are typically made of durable polycarbonate or acrylic plastic. That is out. I know the Commonwealth objected to, but I'm letting in. Mr. O'Keefe's patterned injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting the arm. She cannot say tail light, but she can say that based on her experience. His arm had no tissue bruising from impact. That also comes in. And the next sentence, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. That's within her realm of expertise as a medical examiner. The next page, though, I may have said this morning that first sentence, importantly, in review of that and review of the Tompkins case, that first sentence stays out because to me, it seems like that sentence depends on a biomechanical analysis, factors such as speed and force and the position of Mr. O'Keefe. So that's, oh, I'm sorry, page 18, the next page regarding the same subject matter. And portion of the next sentence is also out. This results in bruising or bleeding under the skin. That's out. But Dr. Laposata can testify that Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. And that's it for that sentence. In particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs as shown by dissection of leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. That's it for that. And the conclusions are problematic to the extent that is consistent with this ruling and what we discussed on Friday. So that's it. That was just the text of her report. I have not begun to go through all of there's no PowerPoint with this, Mr. Jackson, right? All right. Do you intend on displaying any of these photographs? Do you intend on displaying any of the photographs that are in her report?
Yes.
All right. So you likely not get to that today. We've done important work, but we've wasted an awful lot.
Okay, hold on. Joy, I don't have Venmo. However, you can send from Venmo to my PayPal. Venmo is owned by PayPal, and when I found out way back in February, because you used to be able to send Venmo to PayPal and vice versa with the Visa Plus handle that you would have to set up. However, they discontinued that and now have set up Venmo to PayPal. Nice and easy. Just to let you guys know. My PayPal is linked in the chat. It should be at the bottom of the chat. Because, yes, any donations right now could totally help. Thank you, thank you, thank you to you all.
A lot of the jurors' time today. So I want to bring them in. And right, we're going to do that now. So that'll give you an opportunity to pull your thoughts together.
Right, and I said what I would do. I will go through this. That will take me a good amount of time. I will go through the part for initial analysis. If you'll not include any photos, but I may be able to actually go through very specific. I want to be as
okay. So let me know what you intend to put in. All right, and there's a lot of text describing the photos that is out. Right, it's just hearsay. That was not objected to. There's a big difference. So we'll deal with this tomorrow, with the photographs tomorrow. Okay, thank you. And we're bringing the jurors in. Did the Commonwealth want to respond in any way?
Nothing.
Okay. And there's a motion on Dr. Rentschler. We will give that, I haven't read it yet. We'll give that no more than 5 minutes tomorrow morning each side. This jury, you can tell just by looking at this jury, they're fed up. So.
John, the other thing I want to put on record is, with regards to the court ruling, I do want the record to reflect, obviously, so the defense objection.
Sure.
And I just want to make for the record a quick comment. The Commonwealth waited until June 5th to even bring this up, to file a motion regarding Dr. Laposata. They have the report, and all the citizen discovery was done in March, March 6th, 2025. That's document report in 5.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth was ordered to file whatever motions they wanted to, whatever motions they limited, they filed appropriately by March 7th. And they did not do that. They were supposed to be heard on March 18th.
Okay, so the jurors are coming in. We're going to mark the report and the CV for identification.
I just need to know.
You just made it.
I made it-ish.
Okay.
I
Okay.
can only imagine. Jimmy.
Go ahead, real quick.
The point is,
I just have to point this out because I say that I've said this before on my stream. If you've never seen Meet the Fockers, when the little kid goes, asshole, it's fucking hysterical. Sorry, just pausing for random shit.
the Commonwealth has not explained the delay.
So, so the basis of my ruling was not late disclosure. Okay, late disclosure. Commonwealth says they're pushed.
We got late disclosure. We got late disclosure. They were rejected. They had some smart to reject. They moved the motion in the time, and then they came in just before that.
All right.
Just before I got testifies, and now they're sort of sandbagging this and making copies against. So
Very clear. Mr. Brennan, do you want to respond real quickly?
No, I was objecting even during proper testimony. There's no foundation.
And that's consistent with what my rulings were when I allowed other witnesses to testify that the defense could object if the foundation weren't properly laid. So bring them in, please.
You told me so the evidence you report during the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Everyone, Sarah's got to go back to Home Depot with Deb, with Mom. She turned off the TV and said, "See you later, chat rats." We love you, Sarah's mom.
May I inquire?
Yes. And Dr. Laposata, please speak right into that microphone, okay? Thank you.
Doctor, can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors?
Yes, Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, spelled Laposata.
I'm going to ask you, you have a softer voice. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone right under your chin, if you don't mind. It's pretty adjustable.
Okay. Better?
That's better.
Okay.
That's better. Doctor, can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a medical doctor and I subspecialize in forensic pathology.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Certainly, I graduated in 1975 from Bucknell University with a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated in 1979 with a Doctor of Medicine. I did my internship and fellowship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, where I studied anatomic pathology, which is the study of the diseases of the body. I then did my subspecialty fellowship in St. Louis in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and injuries to the body.
Currently, are you a professor?
Yes, I am.
And tell us where you work.
I own my own independent consulting practice, and I'm also an associate professor at Brown University School of Medicine.
How long have you taught at Brown University School of Medicine?
Since 1993.
And how long have you been a clinical associate professor of pathology, either at Brown or before that?
Oh, gee, then that would have been since at least in the late 80s. I've been associate professors at the universities and medical schools where I've worked.
Doctor, at Brown University, let's say Brown first, what do you teach there?
I teach the second-year medical students. I teach a lecture in diseases of the heart, cardiomyopathy, and myocarditis. And I've been asked to give some specialized lectures in toxicology and forensic pathology.
Are you responsible for training medical students in the field of forensic pathology?
When I was a chief medical examiner, yes, we would have medical students, residents, come into the office so they could learn about what we do to understand cause and circumstances of death.
When you first got your medical license, did you then undertake to get certain board certifications and the like?
Yes.
Before we get to those board certifications, did you begin a practice in forensic pathology in some way or another?
After I finished my medical school and my anatomic fellowships and forensic pathology fellowships, then I was working in medical examiners' offices where I was examining deceased people to understand how they died.
When you get a medical license, is that statewide or is it nationwide?
Usually you get a state medical license.
And do you hold a state medical license?
Yes.
How many?
I have an active medical license in Rhode Island where I have my consulting practice, and I have inactive license in Maryland, Delaware, Missouri, Pennsylvania.
And you've been previously, at least before they were enacted, you were licensed in all 5 of those states?
Yes.
420.
You already told us a little bit about your college. Did you mention Bucknell University? Your Bachelor of Science degree?
I think I did, yes.
At some point after you graduated from the University of Maryland School of Medicine, did you complete any residencies?
Yes, I did my residency at, at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore in anatomic pathology.
Forensic pathology is different from anatomic pathology, correct?
Yes.
Did you also do any kind of residency in forensic pathology?
Yes, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology.
And what is the difference between, if you can sort of take us through that little by little, what is the difference between forensic pathology and anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is sort of hospital-based pathology where we understand diseases of patients who are in the hospital and try to make clinical pathologic correlations to see if their diagnoses were correct, if the laboratory tests actually showed what we find at postmortem. And then forensic pathology deals more with understanding why the body stops functioning at a particular time. So that would be cause of death. And that can be sudden unexpected death or death due to violence.
And in forensic pathology, is that often associated with testimony in court cases that may deal with either on the civil side or the criminal side, coming in and testifying about things like cause of death and manner of death?
Yes.
What types of cases did you work on during your forensic pathology residency?
Oh, sudden unexpected natural death, gunshot wounds, knife wounds, sudden infant deaths, blunt force trauma, skeletonized remains, decomposed bodies, strangulation, the whole gamut of ways people can die unnaturally.
And what type, to contrast that, what types of cases did you work on during your anatomic pathology residency?
There you're mainly dealing with natural diseases and understanding heart disease or how somebody gets pneumonia, or looking at the brain to understand if a stroke was present. And that's especially important then to the doctors who are treating those patients, that they can see if the diagnostic tests were appropriate or if their treatments worked.
You mentioned fellowship a little earlier in your testimony. What is a fellowship?
A fellowship is after you've done your internship and residency. A fellowship is more specialized training, and I did that in forensic pathology.
So that answers my next question. You do hold a postgraduate fellowship position, correct?
Yes, yes.
And that was in forensic pathology specifically?
I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Were you a research associate at the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law?
Yes.
I'm sorry, School of Medicine.
Yes.
Old habits.
Yeah.
What about postdoctoral research fellow? Were you ever a postdoctoral research fellow?
Yes, I did. I had an NIH research grant where I worked on, how alcohol affects the heart.
Where was that?
That was at St. Louis University, and then when I was on staff at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia.
What about postdoctoral research fellow at dealing with the cardiovascular division of the Department of Medicine at Washington University?
Yes, that's where I did research on how alcohol affects the heart.
Was all
Okay, so it says, did you guys hear the new Fervent song? No, I didn't. So, and we absolutely love Fervent. We've played FU Hank several times now. Let's go check out the new one. And Maylin, if you're here, or Jeannie, someone can put Fervent's link in the chat. If for some reason you are not subscribed to Fervent, please do, because they are amazing. You've heard of myocarditis or pericarditis, but not. Okay, so pericarditis is the inflammation. So itis is always inflammation, swelling. So pericarditis, the pericarditis is inflammation of the lining of the heart. Myocarditis is inflammation of the muscle, the actual muscle of the heart. Hi, Kat Randall. Oh my God, she says she was Johns Hopkins when I died at 6 weeks old. I wonder if she worked on me. Oh my God, that's crazy. Well, thank God you're still here, sweetie. After the show, check it out. It's funny. Nope, we're going to watch it now. Okay, hold on. I saw that they put out a new video today, but I didn't know if it was a song or a video. Yes, please go. Oh, Dar knew the Mayo and Perry thing too. Thank you, Dar. This one? Okay. This is a song? Here we go. Hold on.
The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident there's no corruption. So what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frame Karen Read and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. Woo! That's the life of a proctor defender. Please judge, don't let these texts out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the Emmy? Not so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
Oh my God.
Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew they're gayer than a flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate, cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black, and as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh,
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a proctor defender.
Oh my God. That is so fucking awesome. I think I'm going to have a brand new favorite song. Fervent is fucking amazing. Please go subscribe, like Fervent's new song. Please. Oh my God. I love it. Keep them coming, Fervent. You are amazing, amazing, amazing. Someone needs to put this on blast at the courthouse. Yes, I love it. I love it. I hate to admit that's why I'm late, because I was listening to the song over and over again. Oh, it's fucking hysterical. I love it. Oh, can't get enough of the Fervent songs, you guys. They're fucking amazing. Oh, that was, oh my God, we're going to have to definitely listen to that one again. I'm probably going to do what Crazy Sammy did and play it over and over again later. Yay, yes, Fervent. We need to have a clapping sound like the glare. Oh, I have, okay, hold on. It's going to come a little late, but I did have them. Yay. Fervent, you're awesome. And then, of course, I have this for when things are funny. And this for when I want to rip my hair out, listen to Spanky. Sorry. Okay, guys, let's get back into it. When we need another palate cleanser, we will play that song again. Oh, shit. I don't know why. Even when I have them in separate windows, when I switch back and forth too many times, I lose the audio. So hold on while I reboot YouTube from StreamYard. All right, here we go.
All this in furtherance of your broad education and training as a pathologist.
Yes.
I think you indicated that you have served as a chief medical examiner in answering one of the previous questions. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island in 1993, where I was responsible for all unexpected, unnatural deaths or deaths that involve violence in the state of Rhode Island. So I had to supervise the office, make sure I have adequate staff, make sure my forensic pathology staff were doing a good job, made sure I had an adequate scene investigative staff. So running the whole office.
Is that the highest appointment in the OCME's office?
Yes, it is.
In that position, did you oversee every single medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island?
Yes.
Did you also hold a position as the co-chair of Child Fatality Review Committee in the state of Rhode Island?
Yes, as part of being chief medical examiner.
Tell us a little bit about that. What was that appointment?
Well, there's a big concern about infants who die and children who die. So those are reviewed specifically by a group of doctors from the pediatricians and also then the medical examiner's office. So we look at every child and infant death.
How long did you serve as the chief medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island?
For 12 years.
Starting when and ending when?
Starting in 1993 and ending in 2005.
As the chief medical examiner for Rhode Island, did you ever have the responsibility to work on any mass disaster cases?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that. If you could start with the Egypt Air issue.
Yes. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. In 1999, the Egypt Air 990 took off from New York airport, and it crashed off the coast of Massachusetts. And 2,065 passengers died. And because of the force of the airplane going into the water, all the bodies were fragmented. So all the fragments were brought to my medical examiner's office. They actually vacuumed the ocean floor, and we had 2,600 some fragmented remains from that airplane crash, and that involved working with FBI, TSA to identify those individuals and understand exactly why they died.
What was your role and the role of your staff that you supervised in dealing with those other government agencies, the FBI, the NTSA, other entities, in terms of the fatalities that you did review as a medical examiner, the chief medical examiner of Rhode Island?
Well, I dealt with families from around the globe who had relatives on that flight, and then the FBI was looking into what may have caused the crash. The Egyptian government, who owned the airplane, was also there and interested in understanding what happened. And we were also, tasked with identifying everybody who was on the plane and to see if that matched the passenger manifest list. So were there people on the plane who shouldn't have been on the plane? So that sort of thing.
In terms of matching that manifest, were you the head of the department for the medical examiner's office that was responsible for trying to figure out who was on the plane and match those remains with the individuals that were on the manifest?
Yes, we made the positive forensic identifications and returned the fragmented human remains to their families.
Doctor, did you also deal with the tragic station nightclub fire?
Yes.
In what capacity did you deal with that?
Again, this was a nightclub that burned down. It burned down very rapidly with a very hot fire, and that was in Rhode Island, and there were 100 fatalities from that. So those come to the medical examiner's office. I had my investigator at the scene throughout that time of recovering the bodies, and I was charged with determining the identity and the cause of death.
Were you successful, or your staff successful in determining the identity of most of those individuals who perished?
Yes, all of them. We worked around the clock for 3 days to get that done.
And you were the head of that task
was.
force. Before you became the chief medical examiner in Rhode Island, did you previously work as a medical examiner under somebody else?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What was your first post as a assistant medical examiner?
My first post was after I did my fellowship training in St. Louis, Missouri. I was an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis.
Were you ever an assistant medical examiner in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so after St. Louis, I moved to Philadelphia, where I was on staff at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, and I ran the autopsy service there at the hospital, and I was also an assistant medical examiner for the city of Philadelphia. After that, I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware, and then I came to Rhode Island as I was chosen to be chief.
Dr. Laposata, can we put dates on that? Assistant medical examiner in St. Louis from when to when? Do you remember?
Oh my, let's see. May I look at my CV?
Sure, with your permission.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, from 1983 to 85, I was an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. Then in 87 to 91, I was the assistant medical examiner for the city of Philadelphia. 91 to 93, assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And then 1993 to 2005, I was chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island.
Thank you for that. Dr. Laposata, have you held any faculty positions as a in the field of forensic pathology that qualify you as an expert in this case?
Yes. Every medical examiner's office I worked in, I also had faculty appointments to teach medical students and pathology residents. So I had faculty appointments at Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, and in Rhode Island.
Let's talk about those one at a time. Describe your teaching responsibilities at Brown Medical School, if you wouldn't mind. And by the way, that's from 1994 to present, correct?
93 to, well, as a medical examiner, it was 1993 to 2005. And there I would teach the medical students. We had rotations through the medical examiner's office, and also the pathology residents would rotate through the medical examiner's office, where I would teach them how to do a medical legal autopsy, how to understand the cause and manner of death, especially non-natural and traumatic deaths.
With regard to your teaching responsibilities specifically, are you still teaching?
I'm teaching in the cardiovascular section now, but since I'm not chief of the medical examiner's office, I obviously don't have students rotating through there anymore.
Were you a lecturer in the role of medical examiner? Did you do a seminar in that regard at or associated with Brown University School of Medicine?
Yes.
Did you do some sort of a forensic pathology rotation for pathology residents from 1994 to 1995 in that capacity as well?
Yes, we would have the pathology residents who were at the hospital studying anatomic pathology come to the medical examiner's office so they could understand the discipline of forensic pathology.
What is cardiomyopathy?
Cardiomyopathy is a muscular disease of the muscles of the heart.
And what is myocarditis?
Inflammation of the heart muscle.
Did you ever teach or lecture on those issues?
Yes, I teach every year. I teach the second-year medical students about those heart diseases.
Have you ever taught anatomy and physiology to ENTs?
Yes.
Or in the ENT setting?
Yes.
And what about a class known as the 2-hour primer on forensic pathology?
I've taught a lot. I don't recall that particular.
How about pathology residents morning conference in 2009?
Oh, yes. I give lectures to the pathology residents at the medical school at Brown Medical School in forensic pathology.
You also mentioned that you were an adjunct professor for biomedical forensic sciences and forensic anthropology in the Department of Anatomy and Neurology. Is that a division of the graduate school, Boston University School of Medicine? Yes,
I taught at the master's program in the medical school at Boston University School of Medicine for a master's in forensic science, where I taught a 40-hour course on forensic pathology and another 40-hour course on medical legal death investigation.
Were you actually the course director in that position?
Yes.
And were you also a course director in medical legal death investigation from 2006 to 2013?
Yes.
And what about a course director in forensic toxicology from 2006 to 2012?
Correct.
Did you direct the studies in biomedical forensic sciences, GMS, from 2012 to present?
Yes.
Describe that. What is that?
The graduate medical sciences?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I would review and be on the board to examine projects that the students were doing to get a master's degree.
Were you also an assistant professor in the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine?
Yes.
Without going into every single class that you taught, did you teach from 1987 to 1991, attending staff medical pathology.
Yes.
What is that? Just a general outline of what that teaching course was.
That's when I was at the hospital, University of Pennsylvania. I ran the autopsy service, so I taught medical students and pathology residents about autopsy practice.
I want to ask you sort of broadly, can you describe your major teaching and clinical responsibilities when you were at University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine in the field of forensic pathology? What were your main clinical and teaching positions?
Well, I ran the autopsy service there, so I taught the medical residents and medical students autopsy pathology, and I was also a assistant medical examiner there, so I taught and started the forensic fellowship in forensic pathology.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in forensic and anatomic pathology in state and federal courts?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've qualified as an expert?
Over 40 years, maybe several hundred.
How about in Massachusetts?
That includes all of them.
Okay. Have you ever qualified? Let me list a couple of states. In Massachusetts?
Yes.
California?
Yes.
Connecticut?
Yes.
Delaware?
Yes.
Florida?
Yes.
Illinois?
Yes.
Maryland?
Yes.
Minnesota?
Yes.
Missouri?
Yes.
New York?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Rhode Island?
Rhode Island, yes.
Have I left anything out?
Did you say Massachusetts?
I did.
Okay.
We
You're
started
fine.
with Massachusetts.
Okay, you're fine.
What types of topics have you qualified to testify about as an expert forensic and anatomic pathologist?
Really anything that has to do with circumstances and cause of death. So it doesn't really matter, what type of injury or a sudden unexpected death. Usually it involves examination, study of information from the scene, information from the autopsy, police and investigation and medical records. And we put that all together and figure out the circumstances as to how someone died and why their body stopped functioning. So that's the basis of forensic pathology.
Dr. Williams, excuse me for just a second.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Laposata, you mentioned several topics about which you testified and qualified as an expert. Testified as an expert in several different states, several different courtrooms. Have you been qualified as an expert by those courts in those topics about which you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you hold any specialty certifications in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
What about the American Board of Pathology?
Yes, the American Board of Pathology puts forth examinations that are a 2-day examination in the various disciplines of pathology. And if you successfully complete those examinations, then you become a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in whichever subspecialty you're in. And I became a diplomat in the subspecialty of anatomic and forensic pathology.
What about a certification in basic blood stain pattern analysis, the International Association of Identification?
Yes, I had a week-long course in understanding blood pattern analysis.
Could you tell us a little bit about the National Registry Emergency Medical Technician certification that you hold?
Yes, I took a training to become an EMT.
Have you received a number of honors and awards in the field of forensic pathology?
I have.
What do those awards include?
May I look at my CV again? Thank you. I had teaching awards from Brown University School of Medicine. I was featured in a book by Faces of Public Health as having run a good medical examiner's office. I was nominated for Woman of the Year in Rhode Island for my work as chief medical examiner in improving the office and handling those 2 mass disasters. I was honored by Victims' Rights and Services Awards because I've always been aware of the fact that as a forensic pathologist, I am the last doctor this person is going to have. So I try to help the family understand what happened. I was honored for my work in the mass disaster in Egypt Air 990 plane crash. Let's see. I was Outstanding Woman in Public Service for Providence, Rhode Island. I've gotten teaching awards from Brown University School of Medicine. I was elected to the Board of Trustees in the Delaware SIDS Foundation and the Philadelphia SIDS Foundation. And then we're back to my medical school.
If you could pull the microphone a little closer to your chin.
It's very hard because the chair doesn't push it.
Okay. The chair doesn't move. Okay.
Oh, I got it. I moved.
We'll make 2.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Laposata. What is the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
That's one of our medical associations that is specific to forensic sciences.
Have you ever held a chaired position there?
Yes.
What position was that?
I was voted into a fellowship position.
Rambo.
Were you the chairman of Forensic Science Research, the Forensic Science Research Committee?
Yes.
What's the National Association of Medical Examiners?
It's also called NAME. It's another international association of forensic pathologists.
Were you a member of that organization?
Yes.
And at some point, did you get elected to the board of directors for that organization?
Yes,
And ultimately, did you become a fellow for that organization?
I did.
What is the American Society of Clinical Pathologists?
That's a society that is for people who practice anatomic pathology and understand how to interpret laboratory results and biopsies.
Did you become a fellow in 1991 until present for that organization?
Yes.
What's the difference between a member and a fellow?
A member is a lower level, and then you can be promoted to fellow if the board of directors feels that you've contributed in your field.
And were you associated with the College of American Pathologists?
Yes.
Are you a fellow there as well?
Yes.
What about the World Association for Medical Law?
Yes.
What about the American Association for Clinical Chemistry?
Yes, I'm a member.
Rhode Island Medical Women's Association, what is that?
Well, it's basically what it says. It's women doctors in Rhode Island.
Were you elected to the board of directors for that organization?
Yes,
Ultimately, were you elected as the president of that organization?
I was.
Rhode Island Medical Society, what is that?
It's an organization of doctors who practice in Rhode Island.
Are you a council?
And everything that she's saying right now is exactly why Spanky had to go low. He couldn't attack her credibility in any real way because she's just fucking awesome. She's amazing. One of the smartest women I've ever seen. So recognized by her peers that Spanky had to pull something so childish as to ask her first if like, oh my God, I can't even describe the shittiness of Spanky pulling out that crap about, oh, you didn't go to the scene because one asshole reported it. Like, you are just scum, Spanky. You're just a piece of scum.
Member there.
Yes.
And what about the Massachusetts Medical Legal Society?
Yes, I was a member there. They have disbanded since.
It doesn't exist anymore?
No.
When it was up and running, you were a member in good standing?
Yes.
Good. Pennsylvania Association of Pathologists. What about that?
Yes, when I practiced in Pennsylvania, I was a member of that organization.
Did you, in addition to be a member there, did you also hold a chaired position, were you the chairman for the Committee on Forensic Pathology?
Yes.
Have you served on any editorial boards of any scholarly journals or
Yes.
publications? Tell me about that.
I've reviewed articles submitted for the Journal of Forensic Sciences and the National Association of Medical Examiner journals.
Did you also hold an editorial position for the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology?
Yes.
Is that one of the medical journals that is used throughout the country by other medical professionals, other medical examiners?
Yes.
It's a resource?
Yes.
And a text?
Correct.
Have you authored any peer-reviewed publications in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us about some of those publications?
Let's see if I've got it here. I've written chapters in textbooks about medical legal death investigation and forensic pathology. I've published articles involving alcohol metabolism, some drugs, cocaine. Let's see, alcohol metabolism in the heart I mentioned. And so I published 22 papers, and I've written several chapters.
You already said that you're double board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now that you've gone through your education, training, background, publications, teaching positions, and chairs that you've held, I want to ask you a really simple question. What does a forensic pathologist do?
We are the last doctor that the dead person has, and we figure out what happened to the body to cause their death. And we sign the death certificate that says how the body came to die and also indicates the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Are medical examiners also tasked with determining both manner and cause, not just one or the other?
Both, yes.
What is the manner of death and how is it distinguished from the cause of death?
The cause of death is what happens to the body to cause it to stop functioning. And the manner of death refers to circumstances under which the death occurred. So there's hundreds of thousands of causes of death or why the body stops functioning, but there's only a few manners of death, which would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Those 5 main categories of manner of death, is that the responsibility or one of the responsibilities of a forensic medical examiner to determine that the death fits into one of those 5 categories?
Correct.
What does it mean when the death is deemed undetermined?
Now, when the manner of death is undetermined, that means at the time the death certificate was signed, there was not enough information to put it into either accident, natural, suicide, or homicide. So at the time the death certificate was signed, there was not enough information to put it into one of those other categories. It doesn't mean that if more investigation takes place, then you might be able to put it in one of those other categories.
If a manner of death is deemed at a particular time undetermined, at that time, it's because it lacks sufficient additional information. Is that correct?
Wait, what, Joy? Is chat down again? I see the chat. Did you ever perform the most difficult dive known to man, the triple Indy? Dun dun dun. Nope, seen sign. Everyone's seen. Oh, Diane Shee, hi. Thanks for coming. Seems all good. Okay, Maylan. Thank you, sweetie. See you when you get back. Thanks, Scott Milk. I think everyone's just intrigued by Dr. Laposata's testimony to chat. So here we go.
What types of information does a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist consider in making these determinations between natural, accident, homicide, suicide, undetermined?
Well, first you have the findings from the examination of the body. So that's sort of a starting place to see what happened to the body. Then you need to also look at the scene investigation. You need to look at any police reports and witness statements, and also medical history of the deceased. And using those 4 sources of information, and using your training and experience, you can either say this is a natural death, this is a self-inflicted death, it's a suicide, it's an accidental death, it's a homicide, or if all that information doesn't allow you to put to a reasonable degree of medical certainty into any one of those categories, then you have to leave the manner undetermined. And if more information becomes available later, then you can change that death certificate.
What if no more information comes available later?
It just stays as undetermined. There are cases where there's just not enough information to put it in one of those other categories.
Without getting into what they may be, did you reach any opinions and conclusions in connection with this case?
Yes.
What materials and information did you consider in reaching your opinions and conclusions in this particular case?
Yes. I have my list of materials I reviewed. I reviewed Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report, the report of the examination of his brain, the toxicology report, and the entire medical examiner file. I studied 100 and some autopsy photos, including photographs of the brain, and then there were 70 other photographs at autopsy taken by a state trooper who was at the examination. I reviewed Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Medical Center and the EMS run sheet. I reviewed photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes that were taken at the crime lab. I reviewed photographs of pieces of taillight, hard plastic, clear, black, red. I reviewed photographs of the outside of Karen Read's SUV. I reviewed the Canton Police Department incident report on the death. I reviewed 100 and some photographs taken by Canton Police of the outside of the house at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. I reviewed some photographs taken by the real estate agent who was going to sell the house of the inside.
In total, putting them in categories, did you review the forensic autopsy?
Yes.
Did you review all of the files associated with the medical examiner's office in this particular case related to the autopsy of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you review the scene investigation through police reports and other things?
Yes.
Photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you review the police reports that were associated with the initial investigation in this case as well as follow-ups?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and things of that sort?
Yes, if they were included in the police report.
That was my next question. Those witness statements would be included in the police reports that you otherwise reviewed, correct?
Yes.
What about Mr. O'Keefe's medical history as much as you had of it?
Yes, I reviewed his medical history.
And what about hospital records?
His medical history was in the hospital records.
Understood. What method did you use or methodology did you use in forming the opinion that we'll get to in just a few minutes?
Well, in order to arrive at a conclusion of how somebody dies and what the cause of death is, we have to put all our facts out, and then we say, how could these facts have come to be? So it's called like a differential diagnosis. So like if you go...
I got to ask James real quick. How was the spaghetti? Oh, you got to send me the recipe. Send me the recipe via Discord or email, whichever works for you. I can't... Oh, I want to make some spaghetti now so bad now that we've talked about it, but it'll have to be when I have a little extra money.
To your doctor and you have a white blood cell count, then the doctor would say, well, how many ways do you get this white blood cell count? So that's the differential diagnosis. And then you go from that list and pare it down by getting more data till you come to one final diagnosis. So that's the process of determining how somebody dies and the circumstance around it.
Is it fair to say that you have a pretty significant background, training, and experience regarding coming to the conclusion of cause and manner of death?
40 plus years.
And how many autopsies in total?
Well, myself, I've probably done over 3,000. And then I have observed and reviewed maybe 7,000 more.
So that's in total over 10,000 autopsies if you would estimate over 40 years?
Probably.
You guys are making me hungry.
In addition to just autopsies, how many death investigations, separate and apart from autopsies, have you been involved with?
Well, the autopsy usually has a corresponding death investigation with it.
Do you have experience in examining and identifying wounds, not necessarily the cause and manner of death, but wounds that are associated with someone on whom you're performing an autopsy or you're supervising an autopsy?
Yeah, so looking at the injuries on the body and understanding what caused them is a huge part of forensic pathology.
Have you ever conducted or overseen any autopsies of individuals involved in vehicle-pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
How many times, if you had to estimate?
No, hundreds.
100 or hundreds?
Hundreds.
When was it that you first started training on the issue of wound pattern recognition that helps assist you with coming to your conclusions, whether it be auto pedestrian incidents or otherwise?
Yeah, well, understanding wound patterns and injuries is a big part of forensic pathology because we want to identify what caused a particular pattern. So understanding that whole complex bag of injuries begins when you start your forensic pathology training, which was when I started back in '81.
In addition to the cause of death, which might be whatever, a gunshot, something, does the pathologist also undertake an examination of the rest of the body that's not so obvious, other wounds, etc., that might tell a more defined story?
Yes, we look at the entire body, we look at the clothing, we look at the outside of the body, then we do the internal examination in order to understand not only why the body stopped functioning, which is the cause of death, but also things that could have contributed to it or helped to understand the circumstances around how that death occurred.
When you say the body, you mentioned the clothing. Why is the clothing important? Is that part of the body for a forensic medical examiner?
Oh, yes, it is. You always have to look at the clothing because it has materials on it that may be important as to how injuries occurred. So it's every time you do an autopsy, you have to always make sure you have the clothing. Many times it would have been taken off at the hospital, but then I would always ask my staff, tell the police, we've got to get the clothes, have to look at the clothes.
What is a gross examination?
A gross examination is not actually like gross, grotesque, but it means like without microscopes. It means just looking with your naked eye.
Is it important to look at a body, a deceased person, when you're conducting an autopsy from head to toe for outside obvious wounds that you can see on the gross anatomy outside?
Oh, yes, and also to collect any trace evidence that may be present on the body.
Are forensic medical examiners trained to do that?
Oh, yes.
Are you trained to do that?
Absolutely.
In addition to a gross examination on the outside of the body, is it also important to look on the inside of the body?
Yes.
Are there wounds and injuries that might be hidden by the dermis, for instance, the skin, that might not be so obvious on a gross examination of the body?
Yes, you have to look inside the body.
And what's the mechanism of doing that?
Excuse me. We make surgical incisions in the body so we can examine the brain, the neck, all the organs in the chest, all the organs in the abdomen. And depending on the case, we may make incisions in the arms and the legs to look for evidence of injuries.
What about x-rays? Are x-rays an important part of an examination in an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually done before the autopsy is started, and we look for changes in the bones or any foreign material that might be present in the body, like a bullet.
Dr. Laposata, have you ever exercised wound pattern recognition in your position as a forensic pathologist? Or do you do it every time?
All the time.
Have you ever taught any courses or given lectures on wound identification and wound pattern recognition?
Yes, it's part of understanding blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, gunshot wounds. They all make injury patterns on the body that the pathologist can then relate to what caused that injury.
With regard to the case that's before us, what injuries did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's head specifically?
I observed that he had evidence of blunt force trauma to the back of his head.
Are those injuries consistent with a particular type or pattern of patterned injury?
Yes.
Describe that for us, please.
There in the back of his head, a little bit to the right-hand side, was a horizontal tearing of the scalp, and that's called a laceration. And surrounding that were linear scrapes that were vertical in orientation. So that is an injury pattern. And then you have to think, well, what could cause that injury pattern? And so then you go from there.
Did you also, in addition to looking at, by the way, how did you make that assessment about the injury? Was it photographs?
Yes.
Is that a normal way for a forensic pathologist to make an assessment? Is that an acceptable methodology to make an assessment of a wound pattern by the use of anatomical photographs?
Oh, absolutely.
Have you done it before?
Oh, hundreds of times.
What is a coup contra coup injury?
No, it's a very interesting, peculiar injury to the head. When you have a blow to the head, the blow can either be the stationary head and there's a blow to it, or you can have the head that's moving and gets the blow. So looking at a pattern of coup contra coup helps the forensic pathologist differentiate that. A coup contra coup injury examines the coup, which is where the impact occurred, and then we look at what's 180 degrees opposite that impact, and that's called the contra coup, or like opposite the coup. And that injury pattern helps us determine whether a person was just having a fixed head and somebody hit it, or whether the head was just standing and went down to the ground. The coup contra coup of a falling or being pushed backward has injury patterns where the impact occurred, but then there's also injury patterns 180 degrees opposite from that. And that happens because the brain is floating in cerebral spinal fluid. And when the head comes down, the brain is a little bit behind. So you get the bang on the back of the head, but then because the brain is floating, it hits the inside of the opposite side of the head. And so that makes the contra coup pattern. And that tells us that there's been a fall backwards and hitting the head.
Is that consistent, a coup contra just in general, a coup contra coup injury, consistent with a linear acceleration of the head by a fall, an unbroken fall straight back?
Correct. There's also some angular force in that as well.
Understood. In order to determine whether or not Mr. O'Keefe suffered from a coup contra coup injury, can that be done by a gross examination, or does it have to be surgical?
We would look at, well, first we look at the outside, but then we have to look at injuries to the scalp, and we look at the skull, see where the skull fractures are, and in particular to look at the brain and see where the damage is to the brain. And there's, in a fall backwards, you have damage to the brain at the site of impact, but you also have damage to the brain 180 degrees opposite from that. And that tells you it's a fall backwards.
In the case before us, dealing with John O'Keefe, were you able to look at the scalp and the injuries associated with the scalp from a gross perspective?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the skull and possible fractures that Mr. O'Keefe suffered on his skull?
Yes.
And what about the brain? Did you have evidence of a dissection such that you could see the brain and determine whether or not there was a coup contra coup injury associated with the brain?
Yes, I had a full examination of the brain available.
Were Mr. O'Keefe's head injuries consistent with a coup contra coup injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that, specifically his head injuries, to the jurors, please?
Well, as we say, he has a pattern head injury on the back of his scalp, where there is a tearing of the scalp, and then vertically above that, there is some little areas of scraping to the skin. So that tells me that Mr. O'Keefe went backwards onto something that had a little ridge, but it also had some irregularity to it to cause the different scrapes before you get to the tearing of the scalp. Then when we look at the skull, he had massive skull fractures that originated, started in the back of his head. They came around to the front. They went under the base of his brain, under the skull, under the base of the brain, and it came into the front of the skull at the orbital plates and fractured that, and that caused some bleeding in his upper eyelids. When the brain was examined inside the brain, I could see that the brain had become swollen and parts of it had herniated or moved down the area where the spinal cord is. And that's called brainstem herniation. And that is why the brain stops functioning and why your body stops functioning when you have a severe head injury.
You indicated that the wound pattern suggested a ridge or ledged surface.
Yes.
Could you explain that in more detail, please?
Yes. So if I were looking at it, I would see the break in the scalp. Then I would see several sort of irregularly placed scrapes of the skin that kind of look like pencil marks. And so that means that something with granularity he hit first, and it moved up a little, broke the scalp, and then moved on a little bit above that.
Would you expect to see that if Mr. O'Keefe had fallen backward onto a perfectly flat surface?
No, it has to be a surface that has some small ridges in it to make those little vertical patterns.
Dr. Laposata, what is ecchymosis?
Ecchymosis is a medical term for bruise.
Did you see any ecchymosis on Mr. O'Keefe that he suffered as a result of the coup contra coup injury to the back of his head?
He had a bruise on his brain, at the back of the brain and at the front of the brain.
What would the outer, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
What would you see around his eyes
Exactly.
regarding ecchymosis?
Yes, when you have, when the brain it slaps
I don't know how to
forcefully
feel it.
against the base of the skull, the delicate bones above the eye break. And that's, again, the coup contra coup, where the brain slaps forward. And when those delicate bones are broken, there's bleeding, and that bleeding then goes right down into the upper eyelids. So it kind of looks like you have black eyes, but there's not been any punch to the face. It's only come from the skull fracture. That's sometimes called raccoon eyes, because you look like a little raccoon.
Did you see any skin injury to either one of Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelids?
Yes, he had a small kind of slit-like defect horizontal on his right upper eyelid.
Would the ecchymosis on its own produce that type of injury, that laceration of his right eye?
No, the blood seeping down into his upper eyelids was from the skull fractures.
Was the laceration above his eyelid on the right side a separate injury altogether?
Yes, it was.
Based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to whether or not what that eyelid laceration might be consistent with?
Some application of force which broke the skin.
Could that be from an object?
Possible.
Could it be from a fist?
Possible.
Sustain us to the floor, Mr. Jackson.
Give me some possibilities of what might cause that laceration above his right eyelid.
So it's not possibilities.
Give me, in your opinion, what you believe could have caused or produced the injury to the upper right eyelid.
So I'm going to see your sidebar here.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Laposata, you just mentioned that the laceration above the right eyelid was consistent with the application of force, correct?
Correct.
You said it could come from some object, is that right?
Correct. It was fairly small. Could be some sort of object.
Is it also consistent with a fist?
Sure, a fist is an object.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I hate to do this again. May we approach? This is probably a good time. We talked about it at the sidebar.
Can you do anything to fill up the jury's time for the next 10 minutes, and then we can do this?
Not without what we discussed at the sidebar.
Okay, a minute, okay? Both of you, line up. Okay, good. All right, so the order I'd like to do is, Mr. Jackson, yesterday you were going to take a look at any photographs you intend to put in with Dr. Laposata? All right, can I just, are you all in agreement, or are you just looking at them now, Mr. Brennan?
Mr. Brennan, but the issues that we have, obviously not at this juncture, and we're partly not going to be developed by
Yep.
issues with that information. We are going to bring in exactly what we included yesterday. If there's an issue with, for instance, the ecchymosis, we've got a clean copy of the photograph without any of the narrative. That's what it's explanatory. The only one that I think does have narrative is one through this machine, which just brings it to yesterday.
All right. So I need to know just for instructions to the jury about, I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3. Yes. So what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop the center that shows what appears to be blood cells, or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into? Sure. If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I still want to give an instruction. So I need to know what you're going to do with that. I was going to exclude it, but I understand. So if you can crop, yes, if you can do that.
Yeah, Joy, I talked about it in case you weren't with me the one day I talked about it. When I used to work in the memory care unit at an assisted living, the elderly, especially memory care patients, have an unfortunate tendency to fall, whether it's out of their chair, out of their bed, out of their wheelchair, walking with their walker. I have seen this injury many times. Obviously, not with their brainstem herniation and stuff, but the coup contre coup itself, from bumping their head and getting their raccoon eyes. It's crazy, and how fast the bruising, starts and gets bad. It is very, very fast and very, very. It's distressing to look at. And how much, honestly, how little force, I guess I should say, is more like it takes to get that kind of injury once the head is hit.
I think it takes away some of the sting on the photographs. All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that, Mr. Jackson? All right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in evidence. I don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
We went back and forth yesterday, and I don't believe it's actually evidence. It is not.
Okay, so okay. Yes. All right, they've already seen it, so it's less likely to have an impact on them for purposes of the gruesome photographs. But and then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
Correct. That's already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday the number, right? So those are in. So are you using them again?
I'm going to use them again comparatively and probably side by side.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that. Does the Commonwealth? Okay. All right. Those are the ones I was concerned about for purposes of an instruction. If there's objections to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an opportunity to take a look at whatever he's got. Okay. All right. So with that, that's helpful. Thank you. So there is a new motion this morning suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr. Russell to allow Dr. Laposata to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that. Okay, sure.
I'd like to start by marking 2 documents. One is Dr. Laposata's entire report. The second is
great. Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes. Yes.
Exhibit EDDD and exhibit EEEE.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. Laposata and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, We don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper. After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue specifically of Dr. Laposata and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. Laposata's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. Laposata's opinions, implying that Dr. Laposata had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. Laposata's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. Laposata by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell. She was then asked the similar question. Did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports by Dr. Laposata related to dog bites?
What page is that on?
And the transcript? My motion's back at the desk. You don't have it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just read it. Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer. Well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan. Have you ever heard of a doctor named Laposata?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record. I'm not going to let you read 3 pages here.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you.
Colloquy between between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. Laposata had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from Dr. Laposata related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. Laposata had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report, but no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows, that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. Laposata to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand, and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites and not providing that report to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression. They used it tactically as a sword and a shield, and that's burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. Laposata was consulted by the defense, number 1, that she wrote a report, number 2, that the report was about dog bites, number 3, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number 4, and the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. Laposata's opinion, would be harmful to the defense. That's the only reasonable interpretation of those facts. And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell They didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to the defense. Now we've got Dr. Laposata on the stand. Her credentials are peerless, absolutely peerless. They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away, and the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy. How is the jury going to conceive that? How's that going to land with them? The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is, if Dr. Laposata's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. Laposata says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata and imply that Dr. Laposata had opinions about dog bite wounds. And then they have it the other way, which is, let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. Laposata from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell. That cannot stand. That ensures, it reasonably ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. Laposata about her expert opinion, especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second, and that has, by the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Read is entitled to a fair trial, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. Laposata's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case, or in that course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University School of Medicine, taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7, forensic pathology course director in pathology, course 205, taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites. Pediatric forensic pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. Laposata on the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals. The one that stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11. The one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Wound Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries, New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified. I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert. And that's exactly what Dr. Laposata testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They cannot walk up and say and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. Laposata opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. Laposata's opinion has never wavered. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Read is entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
The pattern of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders, and deliberate. And that is the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility. They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible. And they use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay. Dr. Russell took the stand and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility. Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell, and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. Laposata, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. Laposata. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. Laposata. She denied it. And then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding, believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions. And so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. Laposata, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion as it pertains to dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis. And so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
You're a douche.
That speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan. Excuse me.
So
What an asshole.
I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to your
How about if I quote
argument.
his words? How about that? Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. Laposata? Those were his words. Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question. She didn't just elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. Laposata was being hidden from Dr. Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. Laposata to talk about the very dog bite wounds that are asked Dr. Russell about. That cannot stand in this court.
It's helpful if you read the entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion is somehow an ambush here, not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create a narrative. It's improper.
No,
Right.
thank you. You did it on purpose.
I'll be out in
Fucking
10
admit
minutes
it.
on this and we'll get started right away with Dr. Laposata.
All right, record, please.
All right. So I'm not going to allow Dr. Laposata to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction regarding burden shifting. So
Bullshit.
I think it's outrageous. I think the conduct is outrageous. And I don't think the instruction to do anything except bring the court home.
okay.
But if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion, to immediately be accepted, and she did at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, it's consistent with her animal. And at least split the baby.
I will do that. I will allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
And I hope to have the
This is such like I remember.
No, Mr. Jackson said,
I remember when Auntie Bab denied this, and I was fucking fuming. I was screaming at the fucking television so loud. I can't even imagine what my neighbors thought if they were home. her denying this and Spanky trying to deny and then shift saying, oh, this is not by design for me. It's by design to the defense because they fuck off. We all know Spanky's little tricks now. He is pond scum. He should go dig himself in a hole. Bye-bye.
Animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
And that will include, I'll put the sidebar before I explain anything, that will include a representation of what animal jaw looks like.
No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals?
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen. It's an animal bite. A brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson?
This is absolute bullshit.
All right. So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past the break without this anyway. I may have left it in there. I left it in my office anyway. So let's just bring the jurors in and move forward with this. All right, Paul, I'm just thinking.
She acts like she's so concerned about the jury but she's not. She only cares about herself and getting her next drink, her next White Claw, whatever. She don't give a shit about what the jury's going through, or anyone else for that matter. Yeah, fridge breaker. I swear, I'll never forget. Like, I was literally screaming at my fucking television. Because this is one of the one things that I did watch on YouTube on my actual big TV versus on my phone or computer. And I was just screaming. How did Karen keep her composure during all this bullshit? I have no idea, because I wouldn't have been able to. I wouldn't have been able to keep my composure on other things that weren't even this bad. I don't know how she didn't just do what I did. Just start screaming like, you're so fucking biased, you're a piece of shit. Fucking, this is bullshit. Oh my God. That was probably one of the days that I sweared so much that I even had to stop myself, because I was raising my own blood pressure the more I sweared, instead of releasing some of the frustration I was feeling. I would have been pissed, yeah. This case could have taken a month. She started at 10 a.m. So many sidebars. She meant so many breaks and ending the day early. Yeah. Because all she cared about was getting her home or taking her next break to get her next White Claw, whatever. I'm sorry, but if you pay attention, this is one of the things, I don't know if anyone seriously, I know people joke about the White Claw thing, but if you seriously, and I should have brought it up to you guys while we were watching, but I didn't. If you watch her behavior and you listen to her tone of voice in the morning, like when court first starts, and then throughout the day, and then again right after a break, when court started and right after a break was always when she was in the best mood. And then it would deteriorate. And every time she said, oh, I think the jury needs a break, or the jury, it's been a long day for the jury. It wasn't about the jury. It was because she was starting to get the fucking withdrawals or whatever. You could see the interface. If you've ever worked with an addict, you'll know what I'm talking about. The ups and downs once they get a fix, and then once they get closer to needing a fix, their mood
if you watch this back and pay attention to the time, whether it's the start of something where she just came on the bench versus been sitting on the bench for a couple hours, you can see the difference in her face, in the way she talks, her demeanor, everything. Go call Morrissey, douchebag. Yep, so many half days, leave early, start late. Yep. I'd be fucking screaming. Me too, James. You're heading down the Cape? Have fun. Palette cleanse time. You got it. Here we go. This song, my new favorite.
I'm sharing those news with the whole damn crew. The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident there's no corruption. So what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frame Karen Read and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. Woo! That's the life of a proctor defender. Please judge, don't let these text out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the MEA? Not so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew they're gayer than the flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate. Cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black. And as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh,
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a proctor defender.
Oh, so good. Good recommendation time for a palate cleanser for sure. Look at the judge in TB's case. He was like, no, we are not stopping. You all had a chance to eat. Exactly, Joy. Thanks, Scott. How are you today, Scott? Oh, talking about Canoni. Canoni was always going down to the Cape. Gotcha. I was like, you're going down to the Cape. Sweet. Have fun. Just don't try to rent it. She will claim she doesn't own it. You like Fridge Breaker says, this is the best. I don't normally like this type of beat.
It's not my favorite beat, but I don't know. I love it. Just like the fervent, the fuck you Hank song, like I don't know. It's probably still gonna always be my favorite. I don't know. It's the perfect lyrics to the perfect beat to the. It's just perfect. Your sister has a house down on the Cape. Can go there anytime I want. Oh, I'm so jealous. I want to come to Massachusetts. I've always wanted to see Boston, but I'm going to be honest. I'm scared as shit to step foot in that state with all the shit that goes on there. It is a great song, isn't it, Shelley? It's Fervent's new one. Yes, go and hype Fervent. Please like Fervent. Please subscribe if some reason you haven't. Hype that. It's amazing. Oh, you just saw the Clayton Bigsby? We all were like, bye, have fun. Yeah, exactly. Because we all thought James was just going to the Cape. Like, see you later. I'm like, I'm jealous. That's too funny. That is what I get for multitasking. I'm writing the part where I eat unalives her for my stream tomorrow. You missed the good one. Now you just got to rewind. All right. We had a small palate cleanser this time. Let's get back into it. If we need another one, let me know.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Good morning, Dr. Laposata. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can we have Exhibit 165 with the course relationship? Okay. I'd like you to take a look at a specific area right here on this exhibit. Do you see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoonite discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Can we have Exhibit 13, please? I'm going to draw your attention to...
I'm just going to stop. In case Maylin isn't looking at the chat but listening, Maylin Fridgebreaker asks, what is the name of the woman you are doing that show on? Please let us know. I'm definitely interested in watching that one for sure. I can't wait.
To this area of the vehicle. First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yeah.
Can we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle, if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at, say, 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded, thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If, in fact, a person were hit at, say, 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and it would go across the eyeball.
Sorry, Dr. Laposata. Maylin says Ashley Flynn. Her husband is Caleb Flynn. He was an American Idol. Oh, wait. I thought you were doing... Wait. Caleb Flynn...
Oh, okay. I was like, that's not the one you were talking about earlier. This is the one. Friday's show is about Aqua Tofina. I've never heard of her. But Caleb Flynn, I was because I know he's from your part of the area in Ohio, the American Idol contestant. I was watching that when he got arrested. I did a couple shorts. I've been keeping an eye, but nothing major has come of it yet. So, might be a trial that I would love to cover, but we'll see. May, what's your channel? Right there, TC Maylin. Please subscribe. She's a great mod. And she's just starting out her channel all about serial killers and true crime. She does a lot of research. It's wonderful. There, we just got you a subscription, mate. James just subbed up. Woohoo! Okay, here we go.
It would hit the nose, so I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down.
Oh my God, Maylin, that's crazy.
We talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as coup contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a coup contra coup, a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain. And the brain is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell.
There, May, we got you a couple subs today. Yay! Got Milk subscribed as well. And Fridge Breaker set the notification. Yay, thank you guys. You are welcome, young lady, says James. And Mayland, of course, is very thankful. She's awesome. You guys are all awesome. Love you guys. We all support each other here. 100%.
So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because this gets encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brain stem herniation. And that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
Inspector, can you take a look at that document that I just handed you and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brainstem that went down in the.
Got it in Maylin up to 89 subs. Woohoo! Yes, we do. We support each other, everyone here. I'm up to, what was I up to? 270 something. I need 225. If you guys weren't here earlier, I'm going to post about it, but I hit my 3,000 watch hours. Woohoo! I just need the subs now. So we're working hard here. It's a shame they don't have the electric chair for Lori. I have to say, I agree with you. That woman, demon. It's pure evil. She explains this so well, what's needed in an expert. Exactly, Got Milk. Exactly. I'm at 273. Thank you, May. Go watch hours. Yay, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to put a post to celebrate. And then Maylin, if we get our special guest on Friday, hopefully that'll bring a few more subs. I can't wait.
In the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T with there's a little accent somewhere.
Carrot over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
With that, I would ask for the admission of next, that document is next in order.
Okay. So we'll take that into evidence. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, with the redaction, may I present the...
Not yet. 1 minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't present. And you may find that these photographs are graphic. And I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already been introduced into evidence. So your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it.
I
So
know.
now you can discuss.
I don't get to. I don't talk to them.
If you would like to take a look at that
But I
document.
watch them all the time, and I'm so excited.
Just the brainstem.
Yes, this photograph shows the cross section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next thing rather than the unredacted.
All right, is there any objection to that, switching the exhibits like that? Okay.
Oh, and the arrows point to that.
So this is going to be the next exhibit?
That'll be it.
Exhibit 225.
Thank you. The other one will be ID for identification, the first one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll be FFF for ID. Yeah.
Do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
What is that?
Excuse me, that's a cross section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe, and it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed. And that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death. Yes.
I'm holding a trained laser pointer.
Oh, thank you.
Use the display to your right, so the viewers can better see it. Could you point to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the swelling?
So, okay. Is that going on the...
It is. It's probably hard for you to see.
Oh, that's okay. So this sort of roundish thing is the brainstem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding with the blood looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation.
Yes.
How quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contra coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness. Then the brain would start to swell And within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem, which control the heart and the respiration, then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual, your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity. He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then as the brain continues swelling and that brain stem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop. And within 15 or 20 minutes, then he could be dead.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
You testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your giving your qualifications. What is a pattern injury?
A pattern injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation. Because I can say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that object makes on the body, I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
I'd like you to look at another photograph, an exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please. With the court's permission.
Yes, sure. This may be one of the photographs as well. Would there be a series?
Dr. Laposata, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it and forming your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is also a pattern injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below. So what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks. And then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So we have two parts really to this pattern injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scraping of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it with each little sort of granule making those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
What is the significance of the pattern when you say ridged pattern? And there's two things we're looking at: the laceration or the abrasion versus the defect above and below that laceration.
Yeah. So what this injury tells me, and what I would tell the investigators, is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin, but that ridge also it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy, grainy things sticking up on it. It would make each of them these little things. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
We can take that down. Did you, in furtherance of your investigation, coming to your opinions and conclusions, look at the area of 34 Fairview?
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustain. Jurors, disregard that question.
What part of the area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of.
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Laposata. Jurors, I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside of the home. Did you see the front lawn area?
Yes, I did.
How did you? What did you note about the front lawn area?
Well, I was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just answer the question specifically.
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing. There was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass was very cold and very hard. The dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star, because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
Do you have any training or experience in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more. And then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
At least 100.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scortibello's file, as it related to, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case?
She did put that on the death certificate.
Along with something else?
Along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury?
Yes.
As a cause of death?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Well, we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
Mr.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, these small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy is one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
No, I'll move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
Is this a fair representation of what we were just looking at?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature, and this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the normal appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are little tiny craters, and they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we can have, with court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up as well.
Okay.
Do you see the photograph on the right?
Yes.
What is that of?
This is the Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up, and we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach. It's kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see, or do you see, any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen. When you open the stomach at autopsy, you can see some redness of the normal lining of the stomach.
Let me ask this first. Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
I have to pause because I'm watching you guys talk about Friday night. And I absolutely loved when we were like, we're about to get off. It's been 2 hours. So that's around midnight. And the next thing I know, it's almost 2 a.m. We had so much fun. I pay on Saturday for hanging out with these wild girls on Friday night. You guys are awesome. And James says he was only out there for probably 2 hours, not 6.5. Exactly. Oh my God. Looking inside someone's stomach. Oh, dear God. This joy. I used to be that way when I was younger. Like when I was a teenager and my cousin went into nursing and I was going and decided I wanted to go into psychology. And I was like, I don't know how she does it, because I couldn't even dream of like drawing someone's blood and seeing all that stuff. Like blood doesn't freak me out or anything. I just thought it was gross. And then the older I got, the less it bothered me, especially working with jobs, dealing with addicts and things like that, seeing all kinds of stuff. And And then the older I got, the less and less, and the surgeries that I went through myself, I think that helped because going to get my CCMA and working in the hospital, and I've seen so much stuff, like nothing bothers me anymore. Like none of this stuff bothers me a single bit anymore. I can't hang 2 a.m. Yeah, we were up until 2 a.m. Eastern time, or we were streaming at least until 2 a.m. Who knows how long everyone was up after that. I crashed pretty quickly after. Yes, we stayed on 2 more hours after May took off. We were just some Disney girls hanging out. Exactly. Joyce says, I'm normally on bed by 9 p.m. These bitches are trying to kill me. I'm convinced. Oh, Shelly. Shelly wasn't here, was she? Hold on. Because Maylin sent me something. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. I got to do this real quick. Hold on. I'm going to do something real quick while we continue watching Dr. Laposata.
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right,
yes,
Exhibit 164, can you describe what those are? What are those darker areas?
Well, here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach, and there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion, or were you able to form an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
Yes.
I'll see its eyebrow for just a minute here.
We can take that down. May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the, it's my word, not yours, doctor, so forgive me, the defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the rugae or in and around the rugae, the gastric mucosa, did you note that there was a machine that was used for life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a mechanical device to administer chest compressions, and the company that makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies, so it's called a Lucas machine, and it can be attached to the body. Your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back, and so it just plunges, and it does mechanical resuscitation and chest compression, compressing the chest right over the lower sternum about 2 inches or so, and it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions, where the attendants and the ERT people, they get tired continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
When you mentioned the sternum area
Yes.
of the body, is the organs beneath the area, yes, being compressed by the mechanical Lucas machine?
Oh, absolutely.
What do those organs include?
Well, ideally they include the heart, because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out. But it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as, in addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
There's two documents that I'd like to show you. First,
Yes.
that document, and then actually finish. No, yours yourself. First, and next.
Yes.
Taking the first document that addresses the Lucas machine,
Yes.
how do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
These are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses those organs between the resuscitation paddle and the vertebral body and the backbone.
Doctor, are those photographs and graphs taken from peer-reviewed literature in the medical field that's normally relied on by other medical professionals?
Yes.
No, I'd move for the admission of that first document.
Right, subject to redaction?
I don't think so. I think that that one is not objected to.
So would you hear that?
Sure, thank you.
Doctor, I know that's a little bit small and far away. We'll enlarge it as you need. It's not an eye test. Can you tell me what we're looking at? Yeah, let's take the top half of the document. What is that to the left, and then what's the machine?
Okay, so what you see on the left is a anonymous patient showing how the Lucas machine is placed onto the patient, where the arms are pulled up and clasped against these rigid mechanical bridges. And then here is the engine which the pump, and that's the pump which just goes up and down to do the chest compressions. And so that's how it's affixed to a patient.
To be clear, doctor, that is not Mr. O'Keefe. That is
No, this is
could be a model.
an unknown person.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machine?
Yeah, this shows the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct. And it has a spring in there that the engine above it gives a certain number of compressions per minute.
And you said on average the compressions per minute would be about what?
They should be around 100.
Okay. If we could go to the bottom half of the page of the graphics on the bottom. What are we looking at in this photograph?
And we're looking at, on the left side, we're looking at a CAT scan, which scans a person who's had some injury from the Lucas compression machine, and it sorts a cross section. So the arrow here is pointing to the head of the pancreas and the area of the esophagus, and then the machine would compress down onto that. And the important part is that, I don't know if that's working on there, the little thing that looks like at the very bottom, it's circular, and then it has a little, looks like a little steer head. That's the vertebral column, and that's bone. And so the pump is pushing in that area where the arrow is pushing those organs against the bony vertebral column. Excuse me. And that's our actual patient that had that. Then on the right, it shows the schematic of the blue arrows indicating the force coming down. Then we see the organs, and the red arrows show how the pancreas can get hemorrhage, and also some of the esophagus that goes into the top part of the stomach. And we see that that's, I can't really see where that, I think it's stopped.
Yeah, approach on?
Yes.
Oh, no, you've got it. Okay. Okay. And then we see at the bottom with those three little things projecting from it, that is the vertebral body, which is made up of bone. So you can see how the chest compressions, not only, hoping to save the life by keeping the heart blood functioning, can also cause some injuries and damage, not life-threatening usually, to the other organs there.
We can take that down. Doctor, taking a look at the second document that's in front of you, do you recognize what's depicted in that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's chest while he's at the hospital, which shows a lot of the resuscitation equipment.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the of Mr. O'Keefe at the hospital based on your review of the medical file?
Yes.
I'll move for the admission of that. Okay. Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that was suggested that the Lucas machine, where the Lucas machine was situated?
Yes, as I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression.
All right, Shelly, if this works, hopefully this is for you.
I'll kick your ass. I'll kick your ass.
Thank you so much, Maylin. You are awesome. That's what I was looking for.
I'll kick your ass.
I fucking love it. Perfect. You guys look. Maylin found the timestamp, so all I had to do, I had to use CapCut to just make that, just that little part. That's all I wanted. I love it. Now every time Shelly pulls that shit, like, we can't hear you. You're muted. I'm gonna get this.
I'll kick your ass.
Fucking love it. I feel the love. You know I love you, Shelly.
Compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe, and it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down. Doctor, based on your review of the medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 a.m, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time of the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia, complications associated with hypothermia, and a body that's already passed away is cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered?
Hold on, you guys. She didn't do the math. No offense to her, because trust me, I'm not putting her down, because I'm not saying it for any reason. Then I'm surprised that Brennan didn't point this out, because 100 times a minute times 30 minutes is 3,000, not 30,000. So hold on.
Complications associated with hypothermia. Do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Oh, hold on and rewind for
around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around.
So 37 minutes times 100 a minute is 3,700. And she says over 30,000. And trust me, I'm not criticizing Dr. Laposata. She was doing this right off the top of her head in court. Not an issue. But I am surprised that Spanky didn't take that opportunity. But that goes to show you how stupid Spanky is, because he didn't do the math in his head. He probably doesn't know how to do math in his head and even realize that it was incorrect. Just saying. And don't worry, I love you, Dr. Laposata. That was not a dig at you. That was a dig at Brennan.
Over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia, complications associated with hypothermia, and a body that's already passed away is cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe any signs of frostbite?
I have no idea.
Did that have any weight concerning your opinion, overall opinion, as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
Well, if someone dies due to exposure to low temperatures, you expect to see not only the Wisniewski's ulcers, but you expect to see some frostbite changes in the extremities.
Based on your overall review of the medical records associated with Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
He died of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Right, Sarah?
I want to shift gears for a minute, Dr. Laposata, and talk about patterned injuries elsewhere on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And that's what makes him a douche.
You've obviously talked about your training and experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
Sorry.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
You've taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 167 with the course permission.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you review and consider this photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
In order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of that? It may be obvious, but explain that for the viewers, please.
Well, when you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
And just so, I looked at how much we have left till cross-exam starts. So we have about 20 minutes until cross-examination. So I'm actually going to save cross-examination till tomorrow. I do know tonight is Turtle Boy night, which means Danny is going live or has already gone live for pregame. So let's get through direct and then we'll say goodnight till tomorrow.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
Have you ever seen in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just
Correct.
in general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches the body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes.
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
Yes.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, they can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you can see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most
I have a Menards about 10 minutes from me. I've only been there once, though.
Animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change. The other thing you see in a animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustained.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They were, yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you. You can take that down. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
You never heard of a Menards? Huh. I thought those were everywhere. The tornado was on March 6th, the day before my birthday. Ugh. Well, it's nice of them to stay open for you. You got people that needed them open. Oh my God. I'm so sorry you're going through all that, Akasha.
May I inquire?
Yeah,
Yes.
You indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem. His right arm, I should say, were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is something called post-mortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make quote, injuries to the body, but we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through, so you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Sustained.
Do you believe it's important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
No, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you. We talked about the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause this same finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes,
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
Were you able to rule that out?
Absolutely not.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
Tell me about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you come to an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were produced by a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
You indicated that you've done thousands of autopsies yourself, correct?
Yes.
You've supervised many times more than that.
Correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
No, hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes.
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
Yes.
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I
Sustained.
This part.
What are some of the injuries that you would
Out
expect
of me.
generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour?
Yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue, it gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over a second.
Sarah, I just saw your comment. Yikes, remember the McAlbert's #2 band chucking shade in space last night? Weirdo. I only got to catch, I'm assuming you're talking about the spaces. I only caught part of Cousins Live last night.
May I inquire?
Yes.
I forgot where I left off, so I'm just going to pick up
Okay.
as best my memory can serve me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, Doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Nope, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you. As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask you a different question. Do Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
Why do you say that?
First of all, those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going to strike that, and let's see what type are.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In your report, Doctor, you indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I wrote that.
Do you stand by that?
Yes, that's my conclusion.
And you also wrote his arm had no tissue bruising from impact injury. Do you remember writing that?
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. Do you remember writing that?
I do.
And do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote that you noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you indicated that that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
You reviewed the entirety of the medical records associated with the autopsy,
Yes,
including photographs
taken to the hospital. Yes,
and autopsy photographs
yes,
and other data and documentation, correct?
yes.
Are x-rays an important part of an autopsy journal?
Oh, yes. Usually there are x-rays taken of the body prior to the examination.
What do x-rays show? Why are those important?
They're important because they show foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
I might have to turn it on.
I don't.
May I approach?
Okay.
This is the best part right here. Oh, speaking of, you know what I watched last night? I rewatched Rosalie. It was like 3 a.m, and Aiden clipped just the interview part of his live show where Alan Jackson came on for an interview, and I watched that last night. That was such an amazing interview. I remember watching that interview. It was just when I really started watching Aiden on a regular basis and started to chat in the chat. It was an amazing, amazing interview.
if you guys have not watched it recently, it's always good to go back and maybe, you know what, maybe we'll, never mind, don't watch it. We'll go over it as soon as we're done with the trial because it's such a great interview.
Yes. Yes.
None of them did.
Court's bench. I don't have to shoot back.
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
I need all three of them marked for identification.
Okay, and we'll do that afterwards. Just please go ahead.
You see the x-rays?
I did.
What were the x-rays of?
The x-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office, and they were x-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
Did you specifically review x-rays of his right appendage, hand, forearm, arm?
Yes, they were included in the x-rays.
Have you seen x-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review x-rays?
Oh,
to make
absolutely.
a determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, it's part of the medical legal autopsy to study the x-rays of the deceased.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained on how to read x-rays?
yes,
You have to be a radiologist to read an x-ray as a medical doctor?
no.
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
Yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an x-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's x-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes.
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
No bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
No, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No breaks,
Correct, no breaks.
fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at the upper arm x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
yes.
Did you note any defects in the bone structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
No, the bones were 100% intact.
No breaks, fractures, hairline fractures?
Correct, none of those.
Was there any indication in your mind, based on your review of those three x-rays, hand, forearm, the arm, that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Sustained.
Was there any indication, based on your review, your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact. No breakage, no fractures.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Examination.
All right, guys. That is Olive Direct. TB is a good interviewer. He really is. The one he did with Kelsey was well done. I totally agree with you, Got Milk. He asks great questions, ones that a lot of people don't necessarily think of. And doesn't ask this, the same thing that he knows other people have already asked. I just loved it. Yeah, the x-rays that Dr. Welcher never got to see, this is why I thought of it, was because in the interview, Alan Jackson or Aiden asked him a question about the x-rays, like, and talking like you almost probably pissed your pants, realizing when Dr. Welcher said he didn't have the x-rays, and then when Spanky said he was going to recall Welcher and then didn't, that was probably the reason, because he would have been asked, why didn't you get the x-rays? And when Dr. Welcher would have been informed that there were x-rays, I wonder what he would have said. Would he have changed his opinion? I 100% agree that that's the reason they never called him back to the stand. Pause game on point again. Thank you. I do get awfully lucky. Look at Yannetti in the background. It's kind of blurry, but you can see him just eyeing Brennan. funny. I mean, no one knew that they had x-rays. Side eye. Yep, giving them the side eye. That's for sure. All right, you wonderful people. I love you guys. Go to Rat House Media. Give them a like. Say hi. Hang out. I will probably be there shortly. I'm going to grab some dinner. And hopefully not fall asleep. And be able to chat with you guys over there. I cannot redirect yet. I think I have to be monetized. Apparently, I thought it was somebody had told me you had to have 1,000 scrubs to do the redirect, but that's not the case because TBJ was able to redirect people to me yesterday, which was so awesome. So did the other Mary B. So shout out to both of you, other Mary B, TBJ, love you guys. And TBJ, I didn't know doesn't have 1,000 subscribers yet, but she did. But she was able to. So I'm assuming maybe they dropped it to 500 or it is 500 and you have to be monetized. So we're getting there. Just need to get my subs up. So I love you guys so much. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful Sunday evening. Yeah, he does hate Brennan very, very, very much. And he has every right to. Yes, thank you for coming today. I love you guys. You guys are just all amazing. So, as I was saying, go see Danny in the chat rats. Say hi, and I'll see you there. Love you guys. Bye.